and welcome in everyone to our pregame show as we get set for the 2026 ITA Division I Men's National Team Indoor Championship match. It will be Ohio State versus Texas. First ball coming out to you at about 6:32 p.m. Central Time here at the beautiful Altix Deislinger Tennis Complex on the campus of SMU, of course. Before we get to that action, though, a couple of things we want to do with our pregame show. Coming up at about 6 p.m. Central Time, I'll be joined by my partner in crime in the broadcast booth here for our championship match, Coach Tim Siegel, who will join me to offer an extensive preview of today's matchup. But before we get to previewing the matchup, had a little business we had to take care of here at Cracked Racquets, of course, with National Indoor Season almost officially in the books. Wanted to reflect upon everything we learned from these 2 weeks of action. I could think of no better person to do that with than the man who will join me to kick off our pregame show, a man who will be, of course, familiar to all of you college tennis fans. It's ITA CEO Dave Mullins, who joins me for a quick State of the Union on all things college tennis. Again, we will have pregame coverage of Ohio State versus Texas coming up at the top of the hour. For now, I want to play that conversation for you. Here it is, my chat with the ITA Tennis CEO, Dave Mullins. Men's championship match at these 2026 ITA National Indoor Championships. He's the CEO, the Pied Piper. The reason we here at Cracked Racquets have the opportunity to cover this wonderful sport. It's ITA CEO Dave Mullins joining us once again. Dave, first of all, thank you, as always, for allowing us Cracked Racquets to come back to another event like this. How are you feeling, as I know it's not just the women's D1, it's not just the men's D1. We've got D3 action. We've got so much indoor action happening across the country. Are you surviving it all, my friend? How are you feeling?
I'm doing great. It's kind of the lost month for the ITA. we just right off the month of February, we're on the road nonstop, as you've been for the last couple of weeks as well. But it's, with each passing year, I think we learn some lessons. It's nice being at the same site for the D1 the last 2 years in a row, and that makes life, I think, a lot easier for all of us. We're familiar and we're able to apply whatever lessons we learned last year. So no, so far so good. We've got D3 men and D2 men at D3 men are at Gustavus Adolphus in Minnesota, D2 men in Indianapolis, and then we have D3 women in Nashville at the end of the month. So still lots more tennis for us to go, but so far so good.
So you're really just at the halfway point. You've got a little bit of time left.
Yeah. We put our head down, like I said, for the month of February. Obviously, lots of preparation goes into it, but yeah, we know we're going to be on the road, and we will regroup March 1st and get back to it and take a little bit of a breather and see what the rest of the spring brings.
No, I love that. I guess one quick question before we get into the real meat of the conversation. Have you gotten better at packing for these month-long trips? I feel like this was the first year where I actually nailed it from a total clothing perspective. I also now know, to your point, where the laundry rooms are, the hotel in Champaign, the hotel in Waco. So I was able to get my laundry in, but I swear to God, that's the toughest part about a trip like this.
Well, don't get too cocky. I was getting very arrogant about this, and I got up yesterday, opened my suitcase, and had not packed any workout clothes. And you know I like my workouts.
It's devastating.
Devastating. I was heartbroken, and so I actually went and purchased some clothes yesterday so I could work out this morning. But rookie mistake. So again, for my next trip, I'll be heading to the other indoors and won't be forgetting. I've been humbled.
Well, you also don't have the luxury of being able to go to a coach and be like, "Can I get a shirt and some shorts?" Because then they're like, "Well, hold on, is the ITA CEO rocking SMU out there?"
I was tempted to buy some SMU gear yesterday, but I found a different place. I was getting desperate, but no, I can't. Obviously, played my own college tennis, coached at different places, but try not to wear any college gear ever, so I don't show any.
Might have been appropriate to wear Northwestern at Northwestern, given you were a coach of Northwestern, but we'll let that slide.
Sure.
And obviously, you kind of mentioned it. That's where I want to start. It was a 2-year pilot program, the idea of going to separate 2 host sites for the round of 16, the quarterfinals coming together for a final site during the week. You have added that middle Sunday day off, and look, I know I'm privy to some conversations, but this is a format it sounds like we will be sticking with moving forward. I'm curious how the ITA came to that decision.
This was all our ITA COO, Corey Brooks. It was his brainchild, his idea. He's been with the ITA longer than anybody, over 10 years now. And, you know, very familiar with this event, but recognized that the challenges for these host sites to host were becoming greater with each passing year. Expectations get higher every year as well. And also we were finding ourselves at secondary sites anyway that were often clubs, not built, you know, not the same seating that we have here, not the same support staff. And so the other issue we had was that we were playing the finals at midday on a Monday. And obviously nobody's going to be able to come out or watch or enjoy the live stream live. And so, yeah, just blew the whole thing up and started with last year the pilot. But you have to find the right host sites, the right people to believe in that. And we got that with Baylor and SMU on the men's side, Northwestern Illinois on the women's side. And all those coaches have just been tremendous to work with, the athletic departments. And so I think after last year, we knew we were onto something. Yeah. Like, I don't know that we needed to pilot for 2 years, so we put out the bids right away. And yeah, we're looking forward to maintaining, you know, there could be worlds in which if a site has 12 courts in one location, that we stay open to that idea. But the burdens are still quite high on that host site. So we'll see, but the next 2 years we are going to split at two different institutions, and I don't know what rumors are out there. There is an official announcement going out next week, so maybe I'll hold off on that.
Well, I was going to say, if you want to make some news now, you're more than welcome to. You did say in the championship final on the women's side that we'd be headed to Ann Arbor, Columbus, respectively. We'll hold the men's for the formal announcement. That works for me.
It will be a joint effort between an SEC team and an ACC team in another part of the country.
I like that. Is that current, or do we have more conference realignment coming? Just throwing a little. No, I'm just.
That's true.
No, I can only. Again, it's super exciting for college tennis fans to get to move this event around geographically, and I'm curious how much of that goes into your thinking, because, you know, again, to have so many Texas teams here in Texas, we've seen what that's done for crowds, et cetera, and still, you know, again, in the Midwest, again, Northwestern having those Midwest ties. You saw Ohio State alums at that championship match on a Tuesday. Do things like that factor into the decision for the host bids, et cetera?
Sure, yeah, and most people don't know the ITA is a coach-run organization. You know, we, obviously I have my own opinions and asking my own questions throughout this process, but yeah, we weigh everything up. I mean, the bid process, they kind of put their best foot forward and tell us why they would be the best host. And then we have coaches who sit on a committee and, you know, review that. They've had their own experience at these host sites. They've played in these events themselves. And so, but I think on the women's side, I think some of the feedback was that they had questions about, could we, with this new format, one of the downsides is that we lost one of the kickoff weekend sites, so we went from 15 to 14, and we give 2 wild cards instead of 1. So I think they were hoping that the teams that were hosting had traditionally found their way into the tournament, qualified. And so I think we found that with Michigan and Ohio State, but great institutions, brilliant facilities, all of that. They ticked many boxes. And on the men's side, I don't think that has been as big a priority, but yes, we want to ensure those teams have a good following, that they are going to get folks out even if those teams aren't playing, which I know is a challenge at any campus, but hopefully the product speaks for itself and people are excited to be there to watch whoever's playing.
I just assume my mom sent you a scathingly worded email being like, I need to see my Alex. Like, he needs to come home on a February weekend. And so that's what I'm going to tell people of why that decision was made. But no, it's a fantastic decision. By the way, Tim Russell had me, you know, like you're in detention, write down the ITA as a coaches association 50 times straight. So I have that well memorized, my friend.
Yes.
That
well, I should say I get many scathing emails, but none from your mom. Right? No,
not yet.
Just yet.
Yeah, no,
just
she'd
yet.
be like, oh, Dave, you're so kind. You're so nice to my boy. Enough of a Laura Gruskin impression. Obviously, you know, again, the National Indoors is a tone-setting start for the rest of the college tennis season. I do want to pick your brain about the tennis of it all, because certainly I know, first and foremost, you were a coach, and I know part of the reason you like this job so much is you do get to enjoy the tennis, the parity, that we have seen started at the women's. Certainly we've seen it carry over here to the men. So many 4-3s. And, you know, again, it doesn't feel like that hierarchy that maybe once existed, 3 or 4 teams that everyone else is chasing. I feel like we have broken that framework for college tennis. I'm curious if you see that and if you feel any sort of impact of that fact more broadly on the sport.
Yeah, I definitely think we're all feeling it, and we're all getting the questions, oh, who do you think will win, and do this, and it's like, it's impossible to answer. It's like, you know, certain matchups, you know, how they bounce back from the day before, a bit of luck, you know, how they manage the deuce points, what happens maybe even with the overrules, if you get overruled in a point penalty on 30 all, and you lose your serve all of a sudden out of nowhere. But yeah, the parity, I don't think I've seen it in all my time. You know, I've been around college tennis since the late 90s when I played, and I don't think I've seen it to this level. And it seems like these teams can kind of pull players in and out and switch them out pretty easily and not like lose too much of a beat. Whereas before, it's like you pull one of your top 6, it's like, oh yeah, that team's losing. And that doesn't seem to be happening. So yeah, the product just keeps getting better with each passing year, the quality of tennis. Like I said, it was on display at the women's and it's carried over here to the men. I don't know, just sports in general. You know, we saw it maybe a little bit with the NFL. I'm not a huge American sports fan, but I think we saw it. We're seeing it, you know, in college athletics a little bit more in the age of revenue sharing, NIL, things like that. And maybe there's just a larger pool of phenomenal athletes who are just all really good, well-trained, and up for the moment, up for the challenge. And so, yeah, a number of factors, I think.
I think we could all go back to 2016 Leicester. That's where it started. They've had this run in the Premier League, and it's just ruined all the hierarchy since. Now, one of my college roommates like jumped on the bandwagon. So I was like, dude, you couldn't name a player 2 days. But I was like, we've been playing FIFA for 3 years living together, man. Like, cool, you know Vardy. But no, it's, see, this is why I try not to take up too much of his time, because I know I'll just distract and I'll get off on one. But you talk about that level and the reason for the why has the tennis gotten to this point. The obvious thing to turn to is the professionalization to some extent, for lack of a better term, of this sport, where you have, again, I don't want to say established pros because that's hyperbole, but people with significant successful pro experiences opting to come to college, play a couple of seasons. I know that's something that gets discussed so frequently amongst coaches. What has your reaction been to seeing this influx of talent? How do we ensure that it is a net positive for our sport moving forward?
Yeah, that's a question, again, trying to wrap my head around almost on a daily basis. I mean, I've got a call tomorrow with the NCAA compliance side of things and understanding where they're at with current legislation, enforcing the rules, how much are they reliant upon Congress acting and putting in some legislation that could maybe give some guardrails to the NCAA, having conversations with coaches as to what, you know, we, the ITA, might be responsible for, what the NCAA Tennis Committee is responsible for. You know, is there a way to you know, protect more of the spring season, ensure that the top players have to show up for dual matches. Maybe they have to play a percentage of matches or be on roster. If they're injured or sick, they'd get a waiver, but if they were off playing 100K or whatever, they could potentially not be eligible to play the NCAA tournament. And obviously coaches, you know, they're evaluated on their performance of the NCAA tournament and probably would not be allowing players to travel here, there, and everywhere and missing several dual matches if there was a limit. So I think that's something the NCAA Tennis Committee will probably tackle this summer and try and understand. And obviously anything they put in place, they have to make sure they're not going to get sued. And so that's just the world we're living in right now. But yeah, I'm interested to see, you know, we're still kind of a lot of uncertainty, I would imagine, for the next 12, 18 months. You know, where does the NCAA singles and doubles go? That decision will be made in April. Will it stay in November? Will it go back to May? If it stays in November, I think probably in the fall it will be more about incentives, you know, wild cards. Could there be ATP WTA points assigned? You know, is there a prize money pool potentially there in the fall that's incentivizing players to play in more college events and maybe mixing in some of the pros? And in the spring, it'd be more of the stick approach. These are the rules. You need to play this many. So I don't find those stories, me personally, I don't find the story of the highly ranked ATP, WTA player coming into college all that interesting.
Okay.
And maybe I'm too old school with this. I try not to be, but I find the story of that player who came in as a freshman, who was a highly ranked junior player, either nationally or internationally, and they started at 4 or 5, and each year they get better, and by their senior year they're number 1 and they're winning NCAAs and go on to a great profession. I'm more interested in that 4-year story, that journey, rather than maybe the 1-year player who's coming in with different incentives, I guess.
No, that makes a lot of sense to me. Should we do the same 10 minutes on politics we did off the mic before? Because we had a lot of laughs. It was a good time. Oh, no, we'll save that for just us. That makes a lot of sense. My last couple of questions for you, because I don't want to keep you too long here. Yep. As our producer joke, we'll have to start this pregame show 2 hours in advance if I have my way. But
it's our Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Yeah, I was going to give a gesture, but I'm not in front of the CEO. But you know what I'm thinking, Westhoff. Just to that thought, again, about this topic in general, and you mentioned a bunch of things there, the incentive structure. You mentioned, again, the decision of the fall. These are all things I want to ask you about. I'm just going to have to reserve the right to bring you back, much like peak Leslie Stahl on 60 Minutes. Yeah. We can do this. I've always wanted to do a running podcast where it's like, hey, let's just go on a run with me and talk about tennis. You're the perfect first guest. We'll do a little 8-mile something.
Are you coming to Phoenix in a couple of weeks?
I am coming to Phoenix in a couple of weeks. There we go. All right. Well, Westhoff's like, don't make me have to figure out the logistics of a running podcast, please. But you talk about all these incentives, structures, all these decisions that have to be made. I guess, for lack of a better term, is it an ITA recommendation that then goes to the NCAA and ultimately it's their decision to make? Like, how will that process work of in April, we're deciding on the fall NCAAs or not, we're deciding on these incentive structures or not? Is it a recommendation, or do they defer to you for that choice?
Definitely a recommendation. So yeah, we have ITA coach governance, we have operating committees, coaches elected by their regions, by their peers to represent their region, their interests, and the bigger picture of college tennis. And so our operating committee met in January. They voted 26-2 in favor of recommending that the NCAA singles and doubles stay in the fall moving forward. So that's purely a recommendation. I write then a letter on behalf of the operating committee. We had our board chair on behalf of our ITA board of directors. We send a letter to the NCAA tennis committee to consider. With the new NCAA governance structure, I actually get a seat at the NCAA tennis committee. I do not get a vote.
Okay.
So they have several coaches, several administrators, and now 4 student athletes as well.
Wow.
And representing Power 4 conferences, mid-majors. The voting is also weighted, so the Power 4 conferences actually have a higher weighted vote than everybody else. So it's so we can make the recommendations, we can provide context, feedback from our coaches. The NCAA actually sent out a survey today, so it's a second survey to the coaches. The last time they put out a survey, I think 70% of the women's coaches were in favor of it staying in the fall, 60% of the men's coaches. We'll see what it is this time around. We've had 2 years. At this point, Alex, I want a decision to be made.
Yeah, sure.
Of course. And hopefully we get that earlier in April rather than late April, because we also have to plan for the fall. As you know, we have a lot of involvement in the fall season and the infrastructure around that. So these things we need to get going here.
No, absolutely. And again, speaking of get going, we got to get going with our coverage of the championships. My final match for you, final match. That shows you where my brain is. Final question for you. We see more pro success from players with college ties each and every week. And I think the last number was like 15 or 16 top 100 singles players, 8 or 9 top 100 WTA singles players, over 50 in the doubles. How do we translate pro success to better NCAA support, if that makes sense? How do we make it clear to all these athletic departments, hey, this college tennis pathway to the pros has never been more valuable? How do we, in your opinion, go about marketing that fact to grow the significance of our sport?
Yeah, I think, within the tennis world, within our bubble of tennis, this is a really big deal. And it's amazing, and it makes my conversations with the tennis industry far easier, and they're more open to it. Like I said, whether ATP, we have the accelerator program, things like that. Yes, it's easier to get on the phone with these folks. But in terms of the NCA structure, obviously that whole industry has been turned on its head.
Absolutely.
They're not as impressed because they are used to college being a pathway for obviously NFL, basketball. It's been that way for many decades now. We could take golf as the example. I mean, I don't know what percentage of the top 100 in the world played college golf. It's much higher than tennis.
Sure.
Pretty much every major winner played college golf. Has it really moved the needle for college golf? I don't think so. Golf is steady for many other reasons. Plods along, gets some broadcasting coverage. Sure. They were willing to make some changes to their format, to the RNCA tournament, to get them on TV. Very forward thinking of them, and maybe we could take a page out of their book. But unfortunately, it doesn't translate, and especially in this country as well. It's kind of like the Ricky Bobby thing. If you ain't first, you're last,
sure,
kind of thing. And telling somebody, this player played here and they're 78 in the world. To you and I, it's like, oh my God, they're 78 in the world. It's phenomenal. Yeah. And, they're going, 78 in the world, that's kind of crap. And you're just like, trying to explain that to them is challenging. So, like I said, tennis industry, it helps us a huge amount. Within the college athletics landscape, it doesn't really break through. And so how might we do that in other ways? And we need the product to speak for itself. Anybody watching these dual matches, there'll be people here who come tonight who have never watched a college dual match, and they'll come away going, that was incredible. I can't believe how good that was. How did I not know about this? And it's like, how do you get that person back here to watch another one and again and again? That's where we're falling down. And I don't know if shortening the format a little bit, does that person, they're here for 4 hours tonight, if it's a 4-3 match, they go, it's amazing, but I don't have 4 hours every Tuesday to give. We need to identify something other than the pro story. And again, people feel free to disagree with me, but I'm living this day in, day out, having these conversations and seeing what is capturing people's imaginations and what's not.
First of all, it's been, in my opinion, the repeated fact I hear most complimentary about your tenure, and there are many compliments sent to you, but you'll like this, is how good of a listener you are. Is that, to your point right there, if someone has a good idea, Dave Mullins will listen to it, I promise. So even if you're a random commentator at home and you think you've cracked the code, don't make it scathingly worded, but send him that email and let him see those thoughts, because, again, it's a credit to you. You have been open to all of these ideas. Absolutely. Coach Siegel wants me to pitch my timeout on the field. Each coach gets one timeout to bring all the teams in, but I think that would slow things down a little bit further. But you know what? It still might be fun. I will save it for my own email for you.
Just quick story. That actually happened at our NAIA Indoor Championships a couple of years ago. We hadn't done an NAIA championship, and a lot of those matches get played without an official.
Sure.
And so a coach had been obviously calling timeouts for many years, and for the first time ever played with, we had 6 officials. Yeah. And this coach goes, timeout, timeout. And the players are running to him, and the officials are going like, what's going on here? And they had to explain to him, like, there's no timeouts in college tennis. So it is happening. But yeah, we shut it down, but maybe we shouldn't have. Maybe he's onto something.
I just want to know when some of these coaches, like, when's Bruce calling his timeout tonight? When's Ty calling his timeout tonight? Because certainly it would add a little bit of intrigue. But again, so complimentary of your tenure, and it's still so young in its infancy. So looking forward to what you continue to do with the ITA, and always appreciate your tolerance of my nonsense. ITA CEO Dave Mullins, always a pleasure.
You're the best, Alex. Thank you.
And again, a thank you to the ITA CEO, Dave Mullins. Sincerely, that's only the grief you see me give him on air. There's even more so when we don't have a camera turned on to us. So a thank you to him. Thank you to the entire ITA team, of course, for allowing us here at Cracked Rackets to shine a spotlight on a sport, a level of this sport that we all love so dearly. And with that said, spotlight won't be any brighter than it will be here tonight. Championship Tuesday, ready to rock and roll. We are just about ready to kick off our pregame coverage of the match. Before we do, a little hype video to get all of you college tennis fans ready for tonight's impending action. So without further ado, we now bring to you the start of our 2026 ITA National Team Men's Championship. What a week it's been here in Texas. The drama, the 4-3s, we've truly seen it all. And after all the sweat, all the tears, all of the effort that's been made, we've worked our way from 16 teams to 2. So all that's left to do now is crown a national champion. Gorsney, Braswell, and a crop of talented Texas freshmen look to continue their dominance and bring a first national indoor title home to Austin. While fresh off a dramatic semifinal victory over rival Virginia, Anthrop, Kim, and the Ohio State Buckeyes look to bring a fourth indoor trophy home to Columbus. The ITA Men's Team National Indoor Championship starts right now. And with that, we say welcome in, everyone, to one of my favorite nights on the college tennis calendar each and every spring, the 2026 ITA Division I Men's National Team Indoor Championship match has arrived. Of course, there you see the aerial scene as we look down on the city of Dallas, of course, our host for this week's action. We are, of course, located within the beautiful Steislinger Altic Tennis Complex for tonight's action. We've got Taste of Tennis going up on floor number 3. We're all going to get a taste of tennis, though, tonight, as, of course, joining me in our broadcast booth once again, the coach, Tim Siegel. Coach, it has all led to this. From 16 teams, technically we can go beyond that, from 64 teams during the kickoff weekend down to our final 2 here now. It will be Ohio State versus Texas. Before we get into the nuances of this matchup, just talk me through the excitement of this moment, Championship Tuesday. How are you feeling, my friend, as we get ready to rock and roll?
I feel like I'm coaching right now. This is, just the energy. Even I watched the warm-ups. I watched to see the routines of which both coaches do, the team, the players. What I found interesting is I always brought a football everywhere I went. I wanted to teach my kids how to throw the football, but also throwing a football is the same motion as serving, right? Ohio State and Texas were throwing footballs before the warm-up. So it was great to see. It brought me back to what I used to do.
We were once in the 2024 NCAAs. We were in the field house as you see the Buckeyes getting loose. It's the best warm-up we have in any sport, period. But I remember Jack Anthrop and I were unleashing 50-yard bombs, and by that I mean he was throwing 50 yards, and I was just happily catching and throwing to the person as the intermediate. Ty goes, Alex, what are you trying to kill his shoulder before NCAAs? I go, he was the one doing it. No, I wasn't throwing. But no, again, whatever it takes to get the energy right, to get the mind right in this matchup. And again, it's 2 of the bluest bloods we have in men's college tennis, the Ohio State Buckeyes. It's been a quarter century of excellence under head coach Ty Tucker. Obviously, they've won this event 3 different times, 2024, their latest title at this event. They take on a Texas team that, as we alluded to yesterday, they've made the Final 4 of the NCAAs in 5 of the last 6 seasons. What haven't they done as a program? They've yet to capture a national indoor championship. And again, before we get too deep into breaking down either of these rosters, this moment, championship match, preparation for it, what's the discussion between you as a coach and your players in the lead up to a moment like this?
I think what I would do is I would talk to each player individually, see how they're feeling physically, get them to where we're not going to come out flat. It's very easy what they've played. How many matches now in a row? Yeah. Tough matches. They did have one day off in between. But you want to make sure that they're emotionally ready. They are up, not too much, but they can't be coming out flat. And so the routine of the day, you're not playing a match till 6:30 at night. You're sitting around all day. You've got to make sure the body is good. There's so much that goes into it. But I think talking to each player individually and then as a team to get them all fired up, that's the key.
I know these teams had the opportunity to come here, hit around noon earlier today, but obviously it's so interesting because you're right, every team is a little bit different, Coach. What was your approach? Were you let's get a hit in the morning? Were you let's get out of the hotel, stay together somewhere? Because I know, again, you don't want to be stagnant. you don't want to overextend yourself. Finding that balance, what was your approach?
Well, there is that balance, and sometimes some players like a certain way more so than others, so you would kind of juggle that. But I didn't like being in the hotel all day. I didn't want them taking naps they didn't need to take.
Yeah.
And so we would get out and have that hit midday. I think that's important, get the body moving. And obviously both teams did that. And then both teams started at exactly the same time to warm up at 5:45.
Yeah, no, for the record, this is the first time I thought, oh, man, maybe I wouldn't have been good playing under Coach Siegel because I'm a napper. I would have immediately been right back under the covers. Coach, when do we have to get there? All right, I'll see you 5 minutes before for the bus. But, no, I mean, again, it's two outstanding sides, two exceptional programs, so much talent spread across each of these rosters. I want to break down that talent. I want to break down their semifinal performances. Before we do, as I've stated from the start, it's our job here at Crack Rackets to introduce all of you college tennis fans, of course, to these teams, to these competitors, these exceptional athletes who provide us entertainment week in, week out. As college tennis fans, let's start our introductions by introducing the team you see on your screen, the standards of success in 21st century men's college tennis. It's time to introduce you to your 2026 Ohio State Buckeyes.
Every time that I look in the mirror, all these lines on my face getting clearer. The past is gone. All things come back to you. Sing with me, sing for the years, sing for after, sing about the year. Sing with me, it's just holiday. Maybe tomorrow, the love will take you away.
Nikita Fillin, Glenview, Illinois, sophomore. Go Bucks.
Alexander Bernard, senior, Naples, Florida. Go Bucks.
Bryce Nakashima, San Diego, California, junior, Big Cheddar.
JP Day, Newport Beach, California, redshirt sophomore. Go Bucks.
Brandon Carpico, Gahanna, Ohio, redshirt sophomore, OH.
Ilya Palavestra, Lake Worth, Florida, freshman. Let's go Bucks.
Jack Anthrop, Orlando, Florida, redshirt senior, go Bucks.
Preston Stearns, Cincinnati, Ohio, redshirt junior, go Bucks.
Alex Fuchs, Alpine, Utah, redshirt sophomore, go Bucks.
Aiden Kim, Orlando, Florida, junior, Buckeyes.
Victor Lilov, Miramar, Florida, freshman, go Bucks.
Alex Okonkwo, Maidenhead, England, junior. Josie.
Lauren Byers, Greensburg, Pennsylvania, graduate student.
Hunter Callahan, men's assistant coach, The Ohio State University.
Justin Kronagi, associate head coach, Ohio State University.
Ty Tucker, coach, The Ohio State University.
Let me just say, Coach Siegel, after that pump-up video, I'm ready to run through a wall. These guys get after it.
That was fantastic. That really fired me up, and I know it fired everybody that's watching up as well.
No, absolutely, and it's a testament to, again, this staff at Ohio State, what they do to ensure every resource is offered to these players, whether it be on court, whether it be with hyping them up off the court. It's just a testament to what head coach Ty Tucker has built in his tenure at Ohio State. And look, I mean, again, historically, full view of this 60-plus years of college tennis, this Ohio State phenomenon is a newer phenomenon. It is a 21st century phenomenon, and yet now they are synonymous with success in our sport. And I think that's direct testament to Coach Tucker, is it not?
There's tremendous structure. Coach knows what he wants, how he wants it done. These kids understand they've got to improve their doubles. They've got to be a team, and they've got to fight every single match. And coach has done as good a job as any college coach that I can remember.
What was I'm sure you had to face off against the Buckeyes at least once in your career. What's the approach? What is the thing you're telling your team as you're preparing them for this sort of opponent?
We actually played Ohio State. Texas Tech played Ohio State. I believe it was in 2012 in Seattle in the round of 16s at this very tournament.
Okay.
And one of the things I tried to preach is, listen, they have the same things that we have. They string their rackets the same. they put their shoes on the same. Nothing's different. Because of their record or their ranking, doesn't matter. And if we are better in each position mentally and or physically and or more coachable, we have a shot. And we gave them a heck of a match. Lost 4-2. But I think it's all about not being intimidated just because of their record and their tradition.
No, it's, again, you see the faces on that screen. Jack Anthrop has done more winning over his first 3 years of collegiate play than any player I have seen in our time covering at Cracked Rackets. And, again, I keep alluding to all the cars in the garage Coach Tucker has to pull out for his lineup today. We know we're going to see Aiden Kim at one. He certainly earned that, clinching the Buckeyes' victories in the quarterfinals, semifinal matches, respectively, against Stanford, UVA. But beyond that, feels like every option is on the table for these Buckeyes. Does he play a Preston Stearns at 2? Does he finally take out the Okonkwo Ferrari out of the garage? What does he do with Alex Bernard, Brandon Carpico? I mean, certainly yesterday the choice was we're going to play Stearns at 2, we're going to play Byers at 5, we're going to have Nikita Fillin, still undefeated in season play, at 6. Every coaching decision Coach Tucker had available to him, and let's be clear, you knew what the Virginia lineup was going to be, so he got to dictate the terms of engagement. It was a rousing success from Coach Tucker. What impressed you most about their semifinal victory?
Well, listen, doubles is where it all starts, right? And that point is so important. And they outplayed Virginia right from the start in doubles, and they got that early lead. So we talked about this before yesterday, front runners. Ohio State is a great team when they have that lead, and that's what I saw from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, this roster is so exceptional. And look, this team has been pushed. Not only coming in did they have victories over Virginia, over Wake Forest, over this Texas team they will have a rematch with tonight, but again, to be here at the Altick-Steislinger Tennis Complex, earn a 4-3 victory, an unexpected 4-3 victory at that, over hosts SMU to kick things off, another 4-3 victory after they drop the doubles point but ultimately overcome a shorthanded Stanford team. And then, look, last night they were the front runners from the start. Things got a little tricky, right? There was the moment, if Dietrich closes things out on court number 1, you had third set between Stearns, Keegan Rice on court number 2 as well. But it just felt like in the biggest moments, Fillin closing things out on that court number 5, and certainly Jack Anthrop, who was elite against the former world number 1 junior Andreas Santamarta at 3. It's all humming for the Buckeyes right now. It just feels like they've got all sorts of options. I mean, again, you mentioned the doubles. What beyond that, I'm curious, do you think makes this team most dangerous?
Well, the best players in the world, and certainly in college, play the biggest points.
Yeah.
The smartest, the toughest, put more pressure, and I saw that from them really 1 through 6.
Yeah, it's the depth. It's what makes this team so special. They're a really, really tough group to contend with, and I think Coach Tucker knows he's got a special group on his hands. Let's hear directly from Coach Tucker now again about this group, perhaps even more importantly, what makes this team tough, what it's going to take for this team to get over the finish line and find themselves in Titletown here this week.
I mean, obviously it's the fun part of the year when you get to look at everybody's lineup and know and try as a coach to figure out, what best suits your team. So obviously we've had lots of discussions about SMU, lots of discussions about the teams that we played, and we're in the middle of the season and no different than any other coach or any other program. Everybody's dotting the I's and crossing the T's. So we look forward to spending the next 24 hours getting ready for this match, and we know that we're in a tough battle.
A tough battle indeed. And what goes through the mind of head coach Ty Tucker? I just want to read those notes he's got sitting in his waistband right now. Again, getting prepared for today's match, the most extensive notes. He's a note taker. He's a film studier. He will make sure they extend every ounce of their ability in preparation for today's match. My last question before we shine a light on our Texas Longhorns. What is the singles lineup you expect, Coach Siegel? What's he going to roll with today?
I think for me, I have no idea because he has to figure out the matchups because he has a pretty good idea about Texas. For the most part, we still have the same issues. Texas could pull out a different player at 6, could move around a little bit. But he has such an advantage because of the depth that he has. And really, 1 through 10, there's not a big difference, is there?
No, it's all the options. Again, does he want to play a Conquo today? Heck, I could roll with a Fuchs, a JP Day. Those are talented tennis players certainly now. I don't think we're going to be seeing them. But again, head coach Ty Tucker, all sorts of options. And he and his Buckeyes, of course, today playing for a 4th national indoor championship in program history. But look, they're going to have to bring their best as they are taking on a Texas team that I think has gotten better and better with every match this young team experiences. Again, a lot of new faces for the Longhorns here in 2026. So before we dive too deep into analyzing their squad, first and foremost, we want to introduce you all to your 2026 Texas Longhorns.
Lucas Brown, Plano, Texas. It's junior, idemo brate.
Abu Forger, freshman, Netherlands, and I go the Lulu Concord.
Luca Marino, freshman, France. You know, sometime in life I'm too competitive.
Sebastian Gorsny, senior, Austin, Texas.
Oliver Rojakar, sophomore, Tartu, Estonia. I love dubs.
Kalin Ivanovski, freshman, Macedonia. Ah.
Mariano de Dura Palomero, freshman, Germany. Certified turtle.
Jonah Braswell, senior, H-Town. Bruce Merck is my only friend.
Evan Burnett, sophomore, California. Curry.
Bastian Eriksson, sophomore, Sweden. Hook'em Horns.
Nick Beatty, assistant coach, Hook'em Horns.
Benjamin Becker, associate head coach, University of Texas, Hook'em Horns.
Bruce Burke, head coach, University of Texas, Hook'em.
By the way, for those of you at home curious, why are they making the roof over their heads? What is that celebration? I got to ask freshman Lucas Marino after the match yesterday. They call it La Niche. It's a little French celebration. Timo Legout, who of course was the #1 singles last year, still around this team as he finishes up his degree. He was the inspiration. They said, we need some sort of celebration to bring us together here. There you see, by the way, Timo getting some swings in the game, still looks exceptional as he recovers from an ankle injury. But I knew at the moment I saw this team on Media Day, there was a looseness about them. I mean, you could see it in the player intros there. For a team with so many new pieces, it's amazing how Coach Burke has this team firing on all cylinders already. And again, Coach Siegel, this was a group that had 3 losses coming into this national indoors. Now, there were 3 losses against the top 3 teams in the country, in Virginia, Wake Forest, and of course, Ohio State. But what was it in the team's 4-love victory against Baylor yesterday that impressed you most, Coach?
Well, similar to Ohio State in that they played better in the doubles, and they also started out strong. You know, listen, Baylor was very strong 1 through 6, but Texas was just a bit better. I thought Texas did a better job of putting more pressure on their opponent, and I think that's the key today. They've got to be able to put pressure, and it starts in doubles. They've got to win that doubles point.
No, and they were able to win that doubles point yesterday. By the way, that doubles point they won yesterday, their first doubles point win of this event. And by the way, the guy you see on your screen, Seb Erickson, the sophomore, he was at the #4 singles position. Straight set win for him yesterday over Alex Carita of Baylor. I think he's a consequential piece. I think, again, there's no world where Texas is bringing home the title without a big performance from Erickson. But, again, to have as many freshmen as he does, Mariano, Ivanovsky, for her. I'm curious, does the message change giving the use, or is there almost an advantage to having that youthful naivete, dare I say, for this Texas side?
I think a couple of things. One, because they've played such a strong schedule, these guys are match tough. Number two, I think you're right. The fact that they have some young guys, now they're freshmen, but they're not necessarily young.
Yeah.
Right? They're not 17, 18 young. And so they are experienced. They've played some high-level tennis all over the world. But they have a couple of horses, too. Number one, Gorsny's been there. He's won a national championship for TCU. So they can lean on their leader at one. Jonah Braswell, also a senior. So it's a good mixture. But I do think that there is some looseness about them that makes them confident in a different kind of way.
No, and we talked about all the options for head coach Ty Tucker. Obviously, for head coach Bruce Burke, still dealing with some injuries is his teams as they recover. We saw Dedura play at the 6 singles position earlier in this event. We saw Mariano play 5 singles in match 1. He played 6, obviously, yesterday. The biggest question is, will they take the Ojikar? That's good, the Ojikar, out of the garage. I don't even have to add a brand there. Unintentional pun. The question is, will we get to see Ali in singles? When he did play singles, he clinched. What was their 4-3 victory over TCU in the quarterfinals? Outside of that, though, I don't think there's too many lineup decisions, right, for Coach Burke to have to ponder.
I talked to Bruce before the match, and we talked about the depth and the fact that he can pull guys out, he can play guys, the fact that 2 of their players, who really are 2 of the top players, didn't get to play yesterday because of injuries. He's got some options. Ohio State also has some options. The depth of these 2 teams is what separates them, I believe, from the rest of the country.
No, it's ridiculous how much talent there is spread out between these 2 rosters. And, you know, again, if they want to play 8 singles matches, we'll try to cover all 8 if that's what's required. Certainly so many different choices to be made, and the intricacies of those choices, the tactics we see ultimately play out, I think we would agree that's one of the most fascinating things we are looking forward to here most tonight. We'll show you the draw, as obviously that's funny. I think that's our signal from producer Daniel Westhoff. It's almost time for us to wrap up this pregame show. You see the pathway to get here. Again, Texas, 4-love win over Baylor in yesterday's semifinal. Ohio State, a 4-2 victory over Virginia, of course, as well. More broadly, you see the paths, though. Boy, have these Buckeyes been tested. 4-3 against SMU, 4-3 against Stanford, 4-2 against Virginia, as yes, we are inching closer to the start of match time. I want to ask you, Coach Siegel, what does an Ohio State victory look like tonight?
Winning the doubles point. We know how good they are at number 2 doubles. Bruce Burke told me they've got to win at number 1 to be able to win the doubles point, and I think that we would all agree with that. So if Ohio State comes out strong and takes care of the doubles point, really at that point we are looking at potentially another 4-3 type of match because they're so evenly matched.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other side, you see Texas, 4-2 over A&M. They dropped the doubles point there. 4-3 over TCU. They dropped the doubles point there. 4-0, they beat Baylor. They take the doubles point. Look at that. They're able to close out a shutout. Now, that match was 4-0 in name only. You had 3-set battles just about everywhere across the board. But on the other side of the coin, again, what does a Texas Longhorn Indoor Championship look like tonight?
I think at the top, they've got to win 1 and 2. I think they're certainly a slight favorite, certainly at number 1, although Kim has been tremendous in coming through some great matches to clinch. But I think they are stronger potentially. They've got to win at the top of the lineup in order to win this match.
Yeah, and obviously Seb Gorsny's been exceptional. Yes, he dropped the set to Devin Badenhorst last night. I challenge all of you out tuning in to try and beat Devin Badenhorst in straight sets, particularly indoors when that serve is raining down upon you. But look, it's an outstanding match. And again, so many fun faces across the board. By the way, a lot of new faces for head coach Bruce Burke. Quickly, let's hear from the Texas men's tennis coach about those new faces, how quickly they've come together here in 2026.
Yeah, every year is different. Even if you have the bulk of the team coming back, people change, different things going on in their lives, different challenges that they come across. So it's always a little different, no matter how much turnover you have. We do have some new faces this team. I'm relatively even shorter now than I have been in the past because we've got so many tall guys on the team. But the one thing that has been a constant, which I'm really proud of and happy to be a part of, is the culture on the team. We've got really a bunch of high character guys that love to play, that are respectful and appreciative of the opportunity they have, and that's been a constant. And I think to that goes a lot of credit for that goes to the guys that came before, because there's always that transition period as guys age up and kind of teach the younger guys what it's all about. So I've been really happy to see that continue.
I would just like to point out, I'm sick of all the aging. Like, I would have been fine freezing the class with that Spazzeri, Cannon, Kingsley classes for these two respective sides. And just, by the way, quick history lesson between these two teams, because, of course, they have faced off in the past. You think about the 2023 National Indoors, Texas beating Ohio State in this awesome 4-3 quarterfinal match. Ultimately, again, Texas getting knocked out in the final that season. You know, on the other side, again, for Ohio State, they're champions of this event in 2024, back in another final here this season. I keep using the term blue blood. These are two blue blood programs, certainly. We're going to roll the balls out and play some tennis here in the next 5 minutes, Coach Siegel. Any final thoughts as you think about this match? Any final insights you want to offer any of our fans tuning in?
I think this is going to be one of the best college tennis matches, not just in this tournament, but all year, because both these teams, because of their depth, because of the fact that they've overcome some tough matches, that's the most important thing.
Sure.
You know, whether it's a college basketball game or a tournament, you want to get through that tough one. It helps you get better and stronger mentally. I think both teams we know are very fit. Both teams understand what it takes to win because both coaches know how to win.
No, absolutely. By the way, the last question I meant to ask you, Ohio State knocking off Texas. It was 4-0 at the time of clinch in Columbus when these two teams played 2 weeks ago. Who gets the bigger advantage out of that fact? The fact that these two teams have played in recent memories. That advantage Ohio State because they've got the win? Is it advantage Texas because now they get to chase, but they know who they're chasing?
I'm not sure if either team really has an advantage there, especially because some of the matches may be different, right? Some of the matchups may be different. I think if anything, Texas might have a slight advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, now we get to do the best part. We get to roll the balls out. We get to enjoy some tennis. Before we do that, of course, it's a full championship atmosphere. It's a full championship environment here. We're pulling out all of the stops. Again, Taste of Tennis with Grant Chen, of course, out up top on floor number 3. In the meantime, of course, we've got a student, Ann Elise Diaz, a sophomore at Booker T. Washington High School for the Performing and Visual Arts, performing out on court for us our national anthem. Let's turn things over to Ann as we get our championship match underway. That was awesome. A tone is now set.
That was beautiful. Beautiful job
We are
there.
ready to rock and roll. It doesn't get better than that. Again, we've got the anthem played. We've got the lineups now being announced. We are just about ready to rock and roll, and when we come back, we will have our first ball for you. In the meantime, one more time, let's get you set, folks. It's time for the 2026 ITA Division I Men's National Team Indoor Championship. What a week it's been here in Texas. The drama, the 4-3s, we've truly seen it all. And after all the sweat, all the tears, all of the effort that's been made, we've worked our way from 16 teams to 2. So all that's left to do now is crown a national champion. Gorsney, Braswell, and a crop of talented Texas freshmen look to continue their dominance and bring a first national indoor title home to Austin. While fresh off a dramatic semifinal victory over rival Virginia, Anthrop, Kim, and the Ohio State Buckeyes look to bring a fourth indoor trophy home to Columbus. The ITA Men's Team National Indoor Championship starts right now. And welcome back in, everyone, to the start of the 2026 Division I Men's National Team Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin, joined by our coach, Tim Siegel. What's that speech right now, Coach Siegel? What's he saying to his Buckeyes as they get ready for battle?
Stay within yourself. Don't get overly hyped. You know what to do. We've done it so far all year long. Just go out there with a lot of confidence and be aggressive.
Meanwhile, again, I'm not sure if there's any any air left in the body of Lucas Brown after that sort of roar. He's got his Texas Longhorns ready to rock and roll again. A lot of history between these two programs. Familiar faces competing in familiar places. Of course, for the Longhorns, again, finalists at this event in 2023. Buckeyes champions of this event in 2024. A year absence for each of them last season. Well, for what it's worth, Texas did make the indoor semifinals last season as well, but back competing for a national championship once again. Yes, stir that pot, Alex Bernard. Get those Buckeyes ready to rock and roll one more time here tonight. Ohio State, Texas, taking on one another for a right to be named this year's national indoor champion. Of course, as always, we got 3 double sets starting out for all of you college tennis fans. It'll be 1 set, no ad scoring, deuce point, a deciding point on every court. Alluded to this briefly in our pre-match intro, Coach, but before we get that action too deep here, who needs this doubles point more in your assessment?
I would say Texas probably does, because Ohio State is the favorite for doubles. You know, look, Ohio State at number 2 doubles is undefeated.
Yeah, NCAA finalists as well.
Exactly, and so when Bruce Burke told me before the match, he feels he's got to win number 1 doubles.
Okay, and again, that Bernardo Conco team has certainly been attackable at that top spot, but attackable is only in theory, right? You got to actually go out and play. I'd actually think I'm going to go the other way. I think Ohio State needs it more. I think for Ohio State, a coach put it really smart. I was really impressed by how they phrased it. A lot of new faces for Texas, right? I think if you went to Colin Ivanovsky and said, tell me the importance of the National Indoor Championships, he'd say, well, it's indoors. That's the importance, right? Meanwhile, these Buckeyes, they have a keen sense of what they're competing for here today. Guys like Kim, obviously Anthrop and Bernie have competed in a National Indoor Championship. They've won one back in 2024. I just wonder if, accordingly, the naivete I keep alluding to for these Texas freshmen, that ultimately plays to their benefits here early.
I can see why you say that. I guess my feeling was Ohio State is probably the favorite to win the doubles. And so not winning that doubles, could that deflate them just a little bit? But you're right in the sense that Texas could still win this match having lost the doubles.
Yes, that's, you know what? We're back on the same page, Coach. Right where we want to be as, again, we get ready for coin tosses. We get ready to rock and roll. Of course, by the way, get ready to hear those IOs ringing across this building as always, these Buckeyes have traveled well here to the heart of Texas. I see plenty of burnt orange in the crowd as well. Just about ready to rock and roll. As, by the way, there you see one of our head officials, Andrew Rogers. He's going to be in the chair here on court number 1. And again, we want to introduce all of our matchups here as they're fixing our camera angle for us on court number 1. Our apologies for that. The matchup here on court number 1, of course, Alex Bernard, Alex Okonkwo taking on Abel Forger, Colin Ivanovsky. That's the battle here on court number 1. Of course, we'll introduce all 3 of our doubles battles. But before we do, Coach Siegel, you know the 4 magic words I got to say before we can dive too deep into our action, of course.
Let's hear it.
There's only one thing left to do, folks. To all of you college tennis fans tuning in, I get to say those 4 magical words for the last time, perhaps, here at this indoor championship. Let's play some tennis. First point, Buckeyes. And again, the nerves of the moment. How will these Texas freshmen respond? It's a fascinating question, of course. We look forward to watching play out over the course of the next couple of hours. I'm saying we're getting at least 3 hours tonight, Coach. That's the only prediction I'll make.
I think Texas early on in the doubles has to set the tone that they are going to be aggressive. They're not going to be sitting pat and relying on ground strokes. They've got to be effective at the net.
Does that count?
That works.
Again, last time these two teams played, really not that long ago, January 30th in Columbus, the Buckeyes. 4-1 winners over the Longhorns. A doubles point went to Ohio State on that day. You actually have a rematch, I believe, on all 3 courts for our doubles pairings here. Okonkwo Bernard 7-5 over Ivanovsky and Forger when these two played again January 29th, just 2 weeks ago. And I gotta say, slight Buckeye advantage in the crowd today. They might have even traveled better than the crew from Austin.
It feels that way, sure does. The Buckeyes are just a little bit louder.
Yeah, that's also maybe true. Ivanovsky serving, and again, you see Alex Bernard just leaking over for a #1 doubles team that has had some struggles here this week in Dallas. A sight for sore eyes for the Buckeyes fans tuning in. They have early breakpoint chances here at the #1 spot. Fast hands from Bernard. It's an opening break for the Bucks on court #1. And that is not a start you like to see if you're a Texas fan. Again, this has been the spot to attack. Bernie, just those 2 hands on the volley. Keep those hands up, Coach. It's everything.
Great start for the Buckeyes.
Ideal start indeed on court #1. So over now we go to court #2. On court #2 here, early game point chances. Sebastian Gorsny, senior, partnered with the freshman Lucas Mariano. They're taking on the pairing of Brandon Carpico, Nikita Fillin. And it's an opening hold at love for the duo. As again, apologies for the lack of audio here on court #2. We'll try to get that set for us. But an opening hold for 1-all. Again, Carpico, Fillin, sophomore, redshirt sophomore pairing, already NCAA doubles finalists, undefeated in dual match play here this season. When they faced off against Gorsny and Mariano in January, it was a 6-3 decision for the Bucks. Not the worst place to find yourself. This duo on court #2. But again, we're waiting to get audio here, so we're going to go over to court #3. Get you back over to that one in a second. First here on court #3. Get that proper court for you on court #3 as well, as obviously, again, we see our coaches here. All right, we know one's working. We're going to fire on one for now. Already the early break for Okonkwo. It's a big cut, but they're seeing all that court space, Coach.
A big cut and the wrong cut.
Okay.
Go back to the baseline, let your partner come in and take the net away.
Absolutely. So game point chances. We got to race over to court number 2, where we do have audio now. A thank you to our producer, Daniel Westoff. Look at this. Not on my bingo card, Coach. 4 early break point chances here for Texas. First serves, always the trick. Still another break point chance. And yeah, again, if you had on your bingo card Okonkwo and Bernie up an early break while this duo was down early, shout out to you. Maybe you should be in this booth.
Wow, big return, big return.
They're fired up. They're ready to rock and roll. We've got early breaks on 2 of our courts as our National Indoor Championship gets underway. Back over to court number 3 where, Coach, we've got it now for us. So thank you to our producer, Daniel Westoff, behind the scenes. Again, makes everything you see on your screen possible for Texas. Ojakar active again as the sophomore in doubles. He's partnered with his fellow sophomore, Sebastian Erickson. They, of course, taking on the Buckeye pairing of juniors Aiden Kim and Bryce Nakashima. This Buckeye duo, it feels like every match they've played have been thrust into a clinching scenario. See what they've got for us here today as it's 30-15. Well, it didn't count, but I was impressed. Always good to get an extra strike in.
Beautiful forehand ground stroke there. My goodness. Tell you what, all 3 courts, Texas looks like they feel like they can win this point. So far, so good.
Well, this is where I do think, again, having that experience against this pairing and this duo. By the way, Buckeyes have 3 top 10 teams in doubles. They play them in descending order. At number 1 is the number 10 pairing of Okonkwo Bernard. At 2 is the number 5 pairing of Phil and Carpico. Kim and Nakashima are ranked 3 in the country. There are 3 doubles on their team, and it's not a crazy thought to have them there either. Ojakar Erickson, by the way, 6-4 victory over this duo in Columbus. Call confirmed by the ELC. There's your reminder. We got electronic line calling available on all of our courts tonight. Well, I know that's your least favorite thing to see.
Second serve return missed, especially when you have the server staying back. Put that ball in play. Take advantage of your net player. You could almost say the team that misses the most returns is going to lose. It's not so much how big the serves are, because everybody can serve big. We got to put returns in play.
I like the collective use of we there as a sport. We really do as a sport need to put more returns in plays. There you see the whole 4-2-1, so they stay on serve here. Again, breaks at the top 2 courts. Going to take us back over to court number 1. Certainly, again, Okonkwo Bernard. This has been the team you've had to beat if you want a shot in doubles here this weekend. But that looked pretty darn good from Bernie, Coach. You like the serve and staggered, but he does get forward.
Good hands, good touch.
But that's the position you wanted to see. Better be careful. Again, the emotion's going to run high, but if you're not careful, you hit that ball at the back fence too many times. All of a sudden, your team starts to pay for it. So you see those scoreboards to the side of your screen. Again, you see the names leaked in there now. We'll get that updated for the schools. The early breaks, court 1 for Ohio State, court 2 for Texas. Honestly, if I'm a Buckeye fan at home, coming down to court 3 in doubles, you're like, yeah, been here, done that, no problem. Well, they say the modern technique's a one-handed backhand volley, right? I love Bernie's two-hander. It's just how fast his hands move, Coach.
It's effective.
Alex Okonkwo, sorry, Ali Okonkwo, the older brother. And by the way, if you're tuning in, Ali, that's my guy. What's up? Alex again, big cut there. Texas ready for it. It's a nice serve. It ain't gonna count.
I texted with maybe the greatest Longhorn of all time, Elliot Spizzirri, earlier today. He's tuning in.
That's a bold claim. Yuya Ito's like, I brought home an NCAA championship.
How about this? A combination of great player, great leader, great teammate.
Better human being.
Better human being.
Handsome man as well if he's tuning in. He knows that's my guy. But anyways, again, 30 Love's spot here on court number 1 is there. You see a couple of freshmen, that next generation of Longhorn. Colin and Abel doing their thing. There's a Cain and Abel joke to be made there, but we'll save it for later. Good eye to let that one fly again, 40 Love. Let's go back over court number 2. It's just, again, to me, the idea of Carpico Fillin down a break that's just not a sentence that's come out of my mouth ever.
I'm sure not at all this year.
You want to know how good you have to be at this level. It's an overhead hit at Gorsny. He didn't flinch. Is that a drill you do?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Remarkably impressive. We'll slow down our scoreboard, of course, for you here. Make sure those side scores don't get too far ahead of us. Now Seb Gorsny getting ready for a life on the pro circuit. There's just another degree of professionalism for him here this season, his final year on the job. Again, he's clinched an NCAA championship. And he's landed first serves. I know you love to see that, Coach.
Looking good at the net as well. So far, I'll tell you what, this number 2 doubles team in Texas, playing well.
Playing well.
The senior of Gorsny's really kind of taking charge.
There's a chemistry about this group as well. I've mentioned it already. The moment they walked into media day, I could just tell. I was like, whoa, something's up. 2024 TCU. About some of the special chemistry groups over the years. One overhead's never enough. Not at this level. Hands are fast. Texas holding 4-4-2. All right, let's go over to court number 3. It's our lone match on serve. As they come out of the change of ends here again, it's Kim Nakashima, 3-2 lead. On Erickson and Ojakar. Curious because, of course, Ali Ojakar, he's the piece you're wondering, we're going to see him in singles or not as a coach. Are you looking for something specifically here in doubles as an indication that, okay, maybe he is good to go?
I think the biggest indication is, does he come to coach and say, I'm ready to go?
Okay.
A lot of it has to do with the player. Will it come down to court 3 because one, a break for Ohio State, and number 2, a break for Texas?
And as you see the ace wide for Ojakar, nice response after the double. We go over back to court number 2 because, again, looking at our scoreboard here, 15:30. Gorsny Mariano out in front on court number 2. I thought we had our best pregame show in Cracked Racquets history. I think we got to throw it out, Coach. Shows you what you know.
Exactly. Actually, it shows you what Coach Burke says, though. He said, look, we've got to win number 1 because he didn't feel as confident at number 2.
Sure. How could you? Again, facing the NCAA doubles finalists. Big spot here. Obviously, I'm keeping my eye on that scoreboard on court number 3. If I get to a break point, we'll head back to it. It's our only court currently on serve. Ojakar serving there, but here. Look at how they shifted. It's teaching tape. Covers the alley, of course, as he had Gorsny stretched wide. Had Gorsny stretched wide here, but look at that shift, Coach.
Beautiful.
I think they know what they're doing. All right, well, Buckeyes do their thing. They hold. We got to race over to court number 3. 15:30 look in the game of Ojakar. Apparently it was an error now, so 3 breakpoint chances coming up for the Bucks.
Go, Bryce. Go, Bryce. Go, Eden. Break time, Buckeyes.
What a pivotal game we have here at number 3. He's got to hold here. Save 1 break point.
Fast hands. And that's what I always, whenever I'm asked for principles, it's keep your hands up. It's the name of the game in doubles. If your hands are up, you'll have a play. Was it a great volley from Erickson? It was good enough. 2 break points fought off. Deciding point, they say we're going right back to Aiden Kim. Yeah, he's been captain clutch. Why wouldn't you?
Here you go, Bucks. Let's go, Bucks.
Ali Ojakar clutch. And it's Ali, 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 oi, oi, oi from the crowd as he holds for 3-all. We're going to go back to court number 2. Court number 2 because it is a look now for Carpico and Phil, and you get out of a jam in your own service game, and here we go. Love 30 look in the game of the freshman Mariano. Love for Coach Tucker. It's probably not the first time he's seen a player he used to coach against, now coach against him. Nick Beatty, of course, a former Michigan Wolverine. You go from having to scout against him to having to coach against him. What a sport.
Coach Tucker saying, put the return in play. Let's go. Let's go. 15-40.
And I'm sure that's the only language he's using as well. Wow. They've broken back. And again, he's undefeated in singles play. He might end up as your most outstanding player of the tournament if the Buckeyes bring home a title. Nikita Fillin, the sophomore. You know, had a long conversation with his coach, Mark Bay, who of course worked with us at the women's indoors. He said, I'm telling you, Alex, Nikita's ready. He's ready for 2026. Well, lo and behold, there it is. Yes, by the way, we're going to jump back over to court number 1 now as Alex Bernard serving 4-3. Second serve return you just cannot afford to miss, right, Coach?
Wasn't a very strong second serve, but it did crowd him in the body. A little late with the hands.
So again, they're on serve on 2. They're on serve, they're up a breaker. The Buckeyes here on court number 1. They're on serve on court 3 as well. And it's a 15-30 look for Texas. So we're going to head back over to court number 3 now. Excuse me, must be 30 all on our scoreboard's a point behind. Oh, 15-40, excuse me. It's so crisp. If at first you don't succeed and try again, right? All right, this scoreboard was just entirely wrong. It's a Buckeye hold for 4-3. Go back over to court number 1 now as it's a 5-3 Buckeye lead. Again, trying to close things out. What a set this is from Okonkwo Bernie to bring their best in the biggest moment.
Love that, taking the return early, coming in behind it, putting the pressure on them.
Alex Bernard, of course, again, a part of that 2024 National Indoor Championship winning team for the Bucks. Okonkwo, a highly coveted piece in the transfer portal, coming over from Tulsa this past off season. But again, they're taking on 2 of the most talented freshmen in the country. 2 big hitters, the 2 and 3 singles players here for Texas. Problem is they've just ceded too much space, it feels like. But then they do that. So what else can you do but shrug? Those scoreboards. Yes, they're on serve on 2 and 3. The Bucks winning positions right now. Wow. Well, he's playing just a doubles role, which 3 years ago you would have never projected out of Alex Bernard. And now he's hitting returns like this, Coach. What do you even do? Ooh, wow. Double tap.
Big hold.
It's our version of the double doink. Twice off the net cord, they fight off match points, they hold. We go over to court number 2, where now all of a sudden Texas is serving to stay alive in the set. Oh, nice close. By the way, with every passing minute, these stands closer and closer to max capacity. So cool for the second year in a row. See Grant Chen pack this Altic Steislinger Tennis Complex. It's the sort of environment a national championship deserves.
And Grant sure looked the part there.
Oh.
Looking sharp.
I told him, why didn't you tell me we were wearing suits? I would have brought the beige.
Although we look good in our Team Luke shirts.
Always look good. We've got good compliments in the YouTube chat. They love it. Thank you to you for offering them to us. Obviously, I want to talk to you about that more later on here tonight. 15:30 look for Nikita Fillin. Brandon Carpico.
At every opportunity, Ohio State has a chance to come in. They're coming forward every time.
That's what they're coached to do. We got to take you to our first split screen here of the evening. Okonkwo serving for the set. He's at 30 love. You've got 5-4, 30 all for the Bucks, so they just have a doubles point here. Oh, must have just caught the back of the line, Mariano. Ooh. I think the level's just a joke. Look at that again on court number one, that volley from Fort Harry. Match point, Buckeyes on 2. Clutch. Carpico's going to take the return on court number 2. And with that Okonkwo overhead, they are 30 seconds away from a Buckeyes doubles point. 5-4 lead for the Bucks on court 3 on serve there as well. What scores he got for us? So not only does Texas hold, they're going to suspend that match point on 1. That's great for us. We get to go full court to it now. Full screen, excuse me. On serve on courts 2 and 3. And they inch ahead here on 1. No, not yet. The fast hand's not quite fast enough. Deciding point, match point. They've already fought off 1. Again, you see those scores. Buckeyes all of a sudden inching towards a match on court 3. First things first, though, what they've got for us here on 1. And it's a change of the court positioning, Coach Siegel.
I've seen more second serve returns where the player is coming in behind it and putting pressure because the server is staying back. I think sometimes we got to serve and volley there to put pressure on both first and second serves. Come forward on both.
And to break Alex Okonkwo indoors, serving for the double set, make a mental note at home. One of our inflection point moments is, by the way, more trouble for Ali Ojakar in a service game. Remember, he fought off 3 break points earlier. 15-30 spot now here for the sophomore. If we have 3 tiebreaks to kick things off, Coach,
it's only fitting.
The term mental pretzel. You will see me in a mental pretzel. They say we'll both take it. I know you love that, Coach.
Great hands, great hands. Way to hang in there.
What's better than one player covering the center? How about both? Chemistry from the sophomores. From love 30 to 40, 30 game point chances. It is, come on now. This is what you want on your championship Tuesday. On, serve, everywhere, 35 minutes in. Lather me up in some of this doubles, Coach. Not yet. Match point Buckeyes.
Bring it home, Bucks. Let's go, Ada. Let's go, Bryce. Let's go, Bucks, right here. Go, Bucks. Let's go, Bucks. Go, Buckeyes.
They fought off match points at 2 different courts. We're going to get 3 tiebreaks, aren't we?
And each time, the second serves were really strong. But once again, my rule of thumb, put that second serve return in play. Went for too big a shot there.
Big cut, no doubt, from Aiden Kim. So we're going to head back over to 2 now. 6-5. Again, Carpico filling out in front. This is what you want out of your national championships in a week that has been defined by 4-3 results, defined by sudden death finishes. Fine, give us another one. I think Nikita tells Coach, you got to get out of the way there, Ty. I got to play on that. Just joining us, Alex Gruskin, Tim Siegel here, men's indoors national championship. The Buckeyes had a match point here on court number 2. They had match point on court number 3. They had a match point on 1 as well. Did they have a match point here at 2?
They did. They did.
They have had match points
on all 3 courts.
On all 3 courts. Wow. That's a new one. Hadn't heard that chant before. Game point chances now to force that tie break. Let's go to a tie break. Going to quickly race over to court number 1 again. The Buckeyes had match points here. Yes, we're going to go to a triple box. I have to go to a triple box. One of those moments where we got to show you everything, but here, court number 1. Remember when they had match points, Coach? Bernie Okonkwo, who have had some struggles here. They got that early break. Okonkwo had 40-30 on serve. 2 match points. Now all of a sudden, Alex Bernard's in some trouble. Love 30 in the Buckeye senior service game. It moves fast, doesn't it?
From 2 match points to now Love 30. Need some first serves, aggressive play at the net.
Fast hands from Okonkwo. You like that?
Good play, good play. Good first serve, good movement at the net. Nobody home there.
Well, it's, first of all, I can't believe Ivanovsky got there. What a flick of the wrist from Bernie as well to find that line. And again, to go from Love 30 to 30 all here. After ceding all of that momentum at 1. Impressive, moxie, guile. You pick your adjective from the Bucks here so far. Again, you see it's crunch time everywhere. We're probably going to have to live in this triple box for the home stretch of doubles. I don't know if I've ever seen a national championship starting off with 3 tie breaks in doubles.
We are just a couple of points away from that happening.
It's a hold, and the rare fist pump from Coach Kronog. I haven't seen that sort of emotion from him since he was lined up playing for these Bucks. By the way, back in playing shape, Coach Crow. Looking good.
Looks fit.
Trim. So they had match points on all 3 courts, did these Bucks. Now it's really looking like we're going to have 3 tie breaks. We'll start off with court number 2. Mini break for the Longhorns. As Erickson's got game point chances to force his own tie break, we're going to have to hit the history books. Unfortunately, they're on site, but Colette Lewis, John Parsons, Parsa, if you're tuning in, my guy, has this ever happened before? I don't think so. First to 7, win by 2 in these breakers. Just your friendly reminder. Why even leave it to doubt? 4-2, they take it on the turn. Let's pop over quickly to court number 3. And again, this is what the triple box was built for. How many tie breaks we gonna need? Kim and Nakashima say not yet. 40 love becomes 40-30. Love Buckeyes in the tiebreak on 1. And it will indeed be history. Where were you when we went through tiebreak game? It's a full-on game. Makes you feel the momentum of this that much more important, right, Coach?
3 tiebreakers. Ohio State down 5-2 at number 2. But leading at number 1.
missed volley from Nakashima. You know what's going to be the most amazing part? After all the drama, it's probably still going to come down to court 3. Could have just hit the fast forward button. Oh, stop. Man, come on. You ever see the Adam Sandler movie Click? Where he has the remote, he can kind of fast forward time accordingly. Sometimes I can get a college tennis remote equivalent. Oh, that's a love tap. This happens to all of us. Shout out Kyle Zhu. Hit my brother in the back of the head. They broke up the next day as a doubles pairing. That was more of a love tap to the hip. Once again, gotta credit Marino getting awfully close to the net. You know, Carpico could smell his breath there. Still, set is on Sebastian Gorsny, the seniors rack. That'll work.
Big serve from the senior.
Match points, Longhorns. As they try to take what I think we would both consider a steal of a set at 2. Took a risk. You like the play?
I'm out of breath.
Welcome to the life, Coach Siegel. So back on serve 5-6. Again, Okonkwo Bernie, 4 loves become 4-3. Mini break lead for Texas on 3. I cannot ever remember seeing a doubles point like this in a national championship as well. Hope you're having fun, fans at home. Oh, little leg court luck. No apology today.
What a win at court 2 for Texas.
Tell me how you really feel, Lucas Mariano. The roar as the Longhorns strike first, a 7-6 set on court number 2. 2 tie breaks remaining. Now all of a sudden it's only Texas. I feel like they've been down for 45 minutes, Coach. Match points. I will remind you all, match points for the Buckeyes. All 3 of these doubles courts. Double fault, that's a gift from Ivanovsky. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not even 4, Coach. They've got 5 match points for the doubles point on 3. And so we're going to go full screen to it. That'll work. By the way, did Ty Tucker just run a 4.240 to get to court 3?
I think that might have been a 6.240, but at least he moved.
I don't know, man. Match points for the Buckeyes on 1. It only matters, though, if they can flip things here on 3. Coach Tim Siegel said it in our pregame show. What's going to decide this? It's how you play the big points. Well, guess what? Texas was down the biggest of points. Match points on courts 1, 2, and 3. They take the doubles, Coach Siegel. Tie-break wins at 2 and 3. They hand Carpico and Phil in their first loss. Wow. That's all I have to say, Coach. What about you?
And it wasn't just that they took the doubles point. The fact that they were down match points in each court, I'm telling you right now, I was so impressed with they made returns. They were aggressive at the net. They were as aggressive at the net as Ohio State, and I would not have thought that going in.
We're going to remember where we were for this start. 50 minutes of edge of your seat action. Tie breaks on all 3 courts. Again, I just cannot remember a circumstance quite like this. And look, for what it's worth, Bernie and Okonkwo were up match points on court number 1 at the time of the doubles point clinch. But wow, Coach Siegel. A massive moment for the Texas Longhorns. They take a 1-love lead. They will need 3 singles victories. The Buckeyes will have to find a way to rally, find 4. Now, let's be clear. They have already done that this term, and all you got to do is scroll back to the Stanford match, right? Quarterfinals, Saturday. Buckeyes were able to find 4 singles victories. By the way, it's a flip from the result 2 weeks ago in Columbus as well. That was a doubles point win at courts 1 and 2 on that day for the Buckeyes. Today, again, Texas wins at 2 and 3. They take the 1-love lead. Hell of an opening 50 minutes, Coach.
These first maybe 5-6 games in the singles will tell us a lot. Will Texas be the front runner that Ohio State was last night, and the way Texas was? So these first few games, we'll see what Texas does. Do they come out aggressively? Do they sit back and say, okay, we've got that doubles point? They can't afford to not come out strong right from the start.
Absolutely. Well, again, it's Texas 1, Ohio State nothing. We're going to get you back, obviously, for the start of singles action. In the meantime, got to introduce these players. Now you know them, but you got to get to know them even better. And we had the chance, obviously, to speak with them. We had the chance to hype them up. So without further ado, one more time, we want to introduce you to our finalists competing here in our 2026 final. Let's start with the team up 1-love. It's your 2026 Texas Longhorns.
Lucas Brown, Plano, Texas. It's junior, idemo brate.
Abu Forger, freshman, Netherlands. And I go the Lulu on court.
Luca Mariono, freshman, France. You know, sometime in life I'm too competitive.
Sebastian Gorsny, senior, Austin, Texas.
Oliver Rojakar, sophomore, Tartu, Estonia. I love dubs.
Kalin Ivanovski, freshman, Macedonia. Ah.
Mariano de Dura Palomero, freshman, Germany. Certified turtle.
Jonah Braswell, senior, H-Town, Bruceburg is my only friend.
Evan Burnett, sophomore, California, Curry.
Bastian Eriksson, sophomore, Sweden.
Hook'em Horns. Nick Beattie, assistant coach, Hook'em Horns.
Benjamin Becker, associate head coach, University of Texas, Hook'em Horns.
Bruce Burke, head coach, University of Texas, Hook'em.
Well, those are your 2026 Texas Longhorns. Meanwhile, fascinating lineup choices being made by each of these teams. We will have those lineups for you here in a moment in singles. You're going to want to stick around to hear them, folks. In the meantime, very quickly, got to introduce you to your 2026 Ohio State Buckeyes.
Every time that I look in the mirror, all these lines on my face getting clearer. The past is gone.
Nikita Fillin, Glenview, Illinois, sophomore, go Bucks.
Alexander Bernard, senior, Naples, Florida, go Bucks. Bryce Nakashima, San Diego, California, junior, Big Cheddar.
JP Day, Newport Beach, California, redshirt sophomore, go Bucks.
Brandon Carpico, Gahanna, Ohio, redshirt sophomore, OH.
Ilya Palavestra, Lake Worth, Florida, freshman, let's go Bucks.
Jack Anthrop, Orlando, Florida, redshirt senior, go Bucks.
Preston Stearns, Cincinnati, Ohio, redshirt junior, go Bucks.
Alex Fuchs, Alpine, Utah, redshirt sophomore, go Bucks.
Aiden Kim, Orlando, Florida, junior, Buckeyes.
Victor Lelov, Miramar, Florida, freshman, go Bucks.
Alex Okonkwo, Maidenhead, England, junior, Chelsea.
Lauren Byers, Greensburg, Pennsylvania, graduate student.
Hunter Callahan, men's assistant coach, The Ohio State University.
Justin Kronagi, associate head coach, Ohio State University.
Ty Tucker, coach, The Ohio State University.
So it is, again, Texas won, Buckeyes love, but look at these singles lineups, coach. For the first time this week, we will see junior Alex Okonkwo on court. They list him at the number 4 spot. He's been pulled in the previous matches, not today. Okonkwo's the point. The only pull they're making, Alex Bernard pulled from the lineup, so Nakashima to 5, Fillin to 6. Of course, on the Texas side of things, no Jonah Braswell. They pull him. They play Ojakar up to the number 5 spot, freshman Lucas Mariano on court number 6. As we head over to court number 1, Coach, your thoughts on our matchups here, the decisions by each of these coaches heading into singles.
I'll start with Texas. Taking Braswell out is not a big surprise because he was 0-2 leading up to yesterday, and then he was in the third set. Has not had a great spring, so I'm not surprised with that. With Ohio State, really nothing surprises me there. And your feeling on Ohio State?
I mean, look, they haven't played Okonkwo yet. Given the success of Byers throughout the course of this season, though he's had a tough week, I thought maybe you go with Byers. Honestly, I thought after his quarterfinal performance, I'd have gone Fillin 5, Carpico 6. Now that's why I'm here in the broadcast booth and not trusted with these immense decisions. I love it. I love what it means for this match. It means we get that much more drama. And yeah, obviously, fascinating matchups. I want to talk you through each of them here on court number 1. He's been Captain Clinch, Captain Clutch, whatever you want to roll with. Aiden Kim, the Buckeye Jr., holds 4-1 love. Of course, Kim taking on Sebastian Gorsny, the Texas senior. These are two players with serious professional tennis aspirations. Coach, I think this is going to be a hell of a battle on 1.
One seems to favor Gorsny, but at the same time, Kim knows how to win. He's come through big time. So I think number 1 is a big match for both teams for sure.
There's 2 types of people this week. People who pick Aiden Kim to win and idiots. Because Aiden Kim has just continued to deliver. Obviously knocked out by NCAA finalist Trevor Svida in his opening match. Captain Clutch the rest of the way as we head over to court number 2 now. Again, want to introduce all of these matchups. Appreciate all of you joining us on our Crack Rackets ITA YouTube channels. As always, let us know, what do you think the paths are to victory for each of these teams tonight? Here's the freshman, Kalen Ivanovsky, taking on redshirt junior Preston Stearns. What's something Ivanovsky hasn't done in each of his previous 2 victories, quarterfinals, semifinals, hasn't won any of the first 4 games. Down 4-love in each of those matches. Ivanovsky, though, does put the hold on the board for 1-love. And again, you look at some of these matchups, how they compare to what we saw in Columbus back on January 29th. On that day, Gorsny, 6-4, 6-love over Aiden Kim. Stearns grabbed the opening set 6-1 over Colin Ivanovsky. Ivanovsky forced to retire with an injury in that second set. We actually didn't see him play from that match to the quarterfinals here at these national indoors. So a rematch there at the number 2 spot. Over we go to court number 3. This is a new matchup. But this is court number 4, so we will get that changed out for our cameras here quickly. Court number 4, for what it's worth. I love this battle. Absolutely love it. Get our volume obviously turned on for this court as well. Sebastian Eriksson, the sophomore, taking on junior Alex Okonkwo. It's the contrast of styles, right? The weaponry for Okonkwo, the big serve raining down, the +1 tennis. He's capable of playing. Heck of an athlete. Mover at that size as well. Versus the well-rounded Seb Eriksson. Again, that's a great matchup on court number 4. As each of them put holds on the board for 1-all. We are going to move away from this court number 3. The reason for that, again, no volume on this court. Want to make sure, you know, we're going to, we actually might have it set here in a moment. And here we go. Here's our matchup on court 3. Jack Anthrop, who was maybe the best player in the building yesterday. His straight set win over Andreas Santamarta. I mean, just the energy he brought, the passion that he brought, down 1-love. I feel like the Buckeyes need every bit of that here today if they're going to work their way back. He takes on the talented freshman Abel Forther. Thoughts on this matchup, Coach?
If there's a must-win for Ohio State, it's at number 3.
Yeah. He always has been since he walked onto campus again every year. It's like 37-2, 28-1. Just racks up victory after victory. Again, he'll take on the big hitting Forther, who left us a nice message in our broadcast booth. Quote, "Enjoy the final, bro. Freshly, Abel Forther." Gave us a little PS 4 hands only, so you know what to expect tonight. Appreciated the note, my friend. He'll serve here, love 1.
Let's go!
By the way, brand new. The only rematches are 1 and 2. 3 through 6, all new.
Let's go, Jack! Let's go, Jack! Let's go! Let's go, Jack! Let's go, Jack! Good point, Jack!
By the way, fun fact for all of you in the house tuning in from afar, you're not the only one tuning in. NBA MVP, Dallas Maverick legend, Dirk Nowitzki's in the house. Dear friends with Texas Associate Head Coach Benjamin Becker. Got Dirk in the house, so I'm glad we're putting on a show.
And let me tell you something. Dirk can play some tennis. I actually met with Dirk when his daughter was playing a tennis tournament end of last year. So he loves the sport, loves the game, loves to play.
Love it. Nicholas Gruskin, Dirk Nowitzki, two people who just love ball. Doesn't matter if it's tennis, basketball. Break point chances early here for Anthrop.
Let's go, Jack. Easy, let's go, Jack. Easy break. Let's go, Jack! Let's go, Jack! Let's go, Jack!
Oh, it's just going to be one of those days, huh? Jack Anthrop sending a message to his teammates. Hey, it's a doubles point. It's one. We still got 6 points out here on the board. And, yeah, he's been doing that since he walked on campus in Columbus. So it's an early break for Anthrop. 2-love out in front on court number 3. Got to show you that one more time. Watch this. Look at this celebration for Anthrop. Ready to rock and roll. Not a tattoo, it's an arm sleeve. Anthrop again grabbing the 2-love lead. We'll head over to court number 4 now. Get our link right again. We saw the matchup on court number 4 already. This is court number 6. Here you see Nikita Fillin taking on Lucas Mariano. I love this battle. A lot of energy. A lot of passion, charisma, all the things. And ridiculous amounts of firepower. But this is, of course, your matchup on court number 4. We saw this one earlier. The big serving Alex Okonkwo injected into the lineup for the first time this event. Okonkwo hold for 2-all. So again, we showed you this matchup already. Now we should have the action over on court number 5. You like big hitting? This is the one for you. It's an early break for the big hitting Bryce Nakashima. He was undefeated at the 5 spot last season. Big hitting junior taking on the sophomore Ali Ojakar. Break point chances right back here for Ojakar.
Saves 1, but 3 more break points.
take cuts. Speaks to how good you have to be. Again, this is court 5. That's how big they're hitting the ball. Breaks back for 2-all here on 5. And so last but not least, I know we showed it to you, but formally, it's your matchup on court number 6. As there you see Ali Ojakar on your screen. We'll show you the matchup on court 6 here. Get you over to it. As again, court number 6, obviously the battle we saw. Nikita Fillin taking on Lucas Mariano. 2-all 40-15 the scoreline there. Couple early breaks. Got to show you on courts 2 and 3. We'll get you back to, but again, here quickly show you all the action on your screen. Our apologies. The good news is, again, we got a long way to go, so you're not missing much. Action here again on court number 6. There you see the action on court number 6 now on your screen. It is Fillin actually holding for 3-2. So all right, now take it back over to court number 2. Want to show you again early action. And again, Alex Gruskin here. Appreciate all of you joining us. Ivanovsky up an early break, but a deciding point, break point chance now coming up.
Stearns breaks back there at court 2.
Not too shabby, but we got to race over to court number 1 as now we're starting to see some break point chances here early in sets. Again, Alex Gruskin here, joined by our coach, Tim Siegel in the booth. You said the first 15, 20 minutes of singles would be essential. Now, I know we've done a lot of hopping around, Coach, but you see those scoreboards to the right side of your screen. What have you gotten what you were looking for?
I think so. I think both of us felt that Jack Anthrop at 3 was going to be their strength early on, playing well up 3-0. The other matches are pretty tight. Traded some breaks, but I think both teams look pretty solid so far at this point.
Some early deciding point now as you see Justin Kroenke come running over. Like these coaches be moving and shaking all match long. Here we go, deciding point for Gorsny. Pushed it wide. So there you see Gorsny, 3-2 out in front of the senior. Trying to be that emotional leader. That's a new development. Again, always been cool, calm, collected, Seb Gorsny. Starting to see a little bit more of that personality flash. All right, 3-2 Gorsny's got a break lead. We mentioned the break lead for Anthrop. Is anyone going to hold serve on 5? Let's head back over to it, see if Ali Ojakar, having just gotten that break back from Bryce Nakashima, he actually now is facing 2 more break points. Such a different dynamic. Again, Ojakar against Pascoul in the quarters. He got to play downhill tennis. Roger Pascoul was leaving that ball up for him, shoulder height, and it was all offense. You're just not going to get to play as much offense against Bryce Nakashima.
And Nakashima dictating with his forehand, a couple of big forehands and finishing up the net. He looks very strong off that side.
Oh, it's really, really impressive as we race over to court number 6, the 3-2 lead for Nikita Fillin. But here you see break point chances for the Buckeye sophomore as well. undefeated for a reason. I'm going to put this as another must-have for the Buckeyes if they're going to work their way back. Again, that's the rock that Nikita Philin has been in their lineup so far this season. So Buckeyes do have breaks 3, 5, and 6. It's the sort of start you were looking for if you are a Buckeye fan after those singles, after that doubles result. And again, what a doubles point it was. Ohio State match points on all 3 courts. Ultimately, we were sent to 3 tie breaks. Texas wins at the 2 and 3 spots. Not bad, Coach, not bad.
What I'm impressed is that just devastating, heartbreaking loss in the doubles has not affected Ohio State at all, and none of us thought it would.
Big serving from Philin. All right, game point chances here for 5-2. All due respect, let's go over to 1. 4-2 lead for Seb Gorsny. Expected a call, the old school racket clap. Good to see chivalry isn't dead. Obviously, again, the emotions are going to run high here tonight. You're playing for a national championship. How could they not? So here you see Aiden Kim again serving 2-4 in the opening set. That's a flawless. Yeah, not much you can do after those 2 serves but clap the racket.
Back-to-back aces, still down a break though, 4-2.
Crazy. As by the way, you say that word break, want to take us over to 3. Jack Anthrop went up the early break. It is now break points for the Texas freshman right back. And apologies, I know, again, this is court number 4, not court number 3. We apologize for that. Not sure how that happened. Get you over to 3 in a second here. No, we won't, because Abel Floor here does get the break. So where to turn to? So many good options available. We'll go over to court number 5 to see if Bryce Nakashima can consolidate his break lead. It's so nice. He just knows who he is. The serve, the +1 forehand. Clear-cut identity for Bryce Nakashima. I'm going to race this over to 4. Believe we've got it now. We do. I thought it was break points. Hand up. Just game point chances for Erickson. A casual ace wide, though not too shabby. Going to head over to court number 6. The reason for that, Nikita Philin, 5-2. It's a single break lead, but boy, again, the sophomore moves fast.
Ohio State with breaks at 5 and 6. Texas with a break at 1. The other matches are on serve.
One of those moments where, again, you mentioned this yesterday, but I'm always curious. How much scoreboard watching are you doing as a coach?
You know, I had this uncanny ability to watch all 6 when I should be focusing on only 3. I could tell if a player was up or down 15-30. That's maybe it was a positive, but also a negative. But no, I was always looking, though, when I looked across 6 courts, I didn't want to know if my player was winning or losing based on his attitude, based on his body language, how he went to the sidelines. Those are things I was looking for early on.
And here you see Lucas Mariano stepping up to the line, trying to at least ask the question. Oh, a little cute on the dropper. As, by the way, who is right on Lucas Mariano's court once again? He mentioned it in our post-match press conference with him yesterday. Post-match interview, not a press conference, an interview. Timo Legout, fellow Frenchman. He said Timo, a massive influence in his life. Well, once again, there's Legout on the sideline trying to coax a break here out of the freshman. Back on serve, by the way, again on court number 3. I think about some of the lefties that have Coach Tucker's coached over the years. You think about Boulay, of course, most recently, but you can go all the way back. Rolla in the early 2010s. My guy, Kevin Metka. Gets him aggressive, gets him in early, and just makes you uncomfortable. Metko's a lefty, right? I'm not crazy. I feel like my brain's working. Maybe it's not. Sorry, Kevin. It's really well done from Philin. Nakashima double break 5-2. My apologies, we missed it. Ivanovsky's got a break point chance on 2 as well for the Longhorns. But again, this is Nikita Philin serving for an opening set. Okay. Show you those scoreboards again. 5-2 lead for Bryce Nakashima. He's going to serve for a Buckeye set on 5. Ivanovsky, those break point chances. Gorsny's closing in on a first set. You know what? We're going to go triple box for the first time. Show you courts 1 and 5 to the side of your screen. First things first, actually, those break points on 2. Well, top spin, let cord, drop shot. That's when you practice.
Control the point, that inside out forehand, 3 in a row.
It's your first set points coming up. Ivanovsky breaks for 4-2. No doubt about it. And the first OHIO's ringing across this Altick Steisinger tennis complex. Nikita Philin. Have yourselves a first set, young man. And again, if the Buckeyes do end up winning this national championship, I would be hard-pressed to pick anyone other than Philin as your most outstanding player. It's been that good for the Buckeyes thus far. Now over to Bryce Nakashima serving for the opening set. Oh, wow. Another development. You always like when an oh wow spontaneous comes out. Seb Erickson breaks Okonkwo and is serving for his opening set.
So Texas up breaks at 1, 2, and 4. And first set at number 6 for Ohio State, and serving for the set at number 5.
Which leads me to my favorite question, Coach, here as Nakashima serves 5-2. Who would you rather be right now?
I'm going to lean towards Texas because we do have that, or Texas has that 1-0 lead. But as we know, the first set sometimes means very little because who knows what happens in set 2.
No doubt about that. Gorsny to serve for his set. Erickson up 5-3, love 30 though, as he tries to close things out. What do you call himself? Big Cheddar? A little extra cheese on that forehand, Coach. Stearns each have break points. Courts 2 and 3 respectively, but again, you got 3 players serving for sets. By the way, Erickson facing break points in doing so. Pushes it a little long though, so here we go. Set points coming up for Bryce Nakashima. And what is a, pivotal 10-minute stretch. I'm getting choked up in the emotions, Coach. Six-2 set to Nakashima, so they grab the opening sets, courts 5 and 6. We take it now to a split screen. As Okonkwo breaks back. Stays on serve there, so all right.
These last couple of minutes have certainly turned the tide for the Buckeyes.
Absolutely, Aiden Kim now break point chances to extend his set. Stearns got his break back. And I think Anthrop might have just broken, and he will now serve for his set. So absolutely, what a Buckeye swing. But here we go, ace wide from Gorsny, so a set point coming up. Longhorns kind of need it here. Can't let all of these leads just disappear, right? First set, nope. Now it's a set point, Gorsny. As Anthrop will serve for his set in a third Buckeye first set. Switching out the bottom left of our screen just for a moment because Phillin's got an early break point chance to set the tone again. Guy has just been so good. First set, Gorsny. Only singles victory the Buckeyes got, the Longhorns got in Columbus. Gorsny. 6-4 opening set as, again, Anthrop serving for his set. We're going to put him in the big screen here, court number 3. 2 first sets now. Oh, Marino holds clutch. So, all right, 3 first sets remaining. Show them to you now all on your screens. It's courts 2, 3, and 4 as Texas takes number 1. Buckeyes get 5 and 6. Textbook. It's a serve, it's a +1 forehand, it's the modern game, coach.
Sure. Good defense all the way there. Warrior had opportunities to attack, come forward, stayed back. Eventually lost the point.
Anthrop moving like he's on roller skates. In and out of those corners. He's got 3 set points. Three first sets for Ohio State. Oh, you thought they were going to roll over? That's a lie. No one in this building, no one on this stream, there's not a single human who thought they'd roll over. Docido back now to a split screen. It's set point Erickson, by the way, over on court number 4. Conquo got the break back to extend the set, but here we go. Oh, half an inch.
Oh, what a great volley, though. Hang in there.
And to serve and volley down, set point, bold. Love it. Gumption. Seb Erickson gonna have to serve 5-all. By the way, Ivanovsky, Stearns, they've traded a couple of breaks now. 4-all there in the opening set. Second set's underway, obviously. Show you those scores in a moment, but this is what I mean, again, the double set the tone. 3 tie breaks.
You asked me a couple minutes ago, who would I rather be? Now I'm not so sure. 3 sets for the Buckeyes, 1 set for Texas, and even at 4-all and 5-all on courts 2 and 4.
Seb Erickson, stop it. Ivanovsky serve. instruction. By the way, we saw Erickson make that cross-court forehand for 15 love. He's thinking, I couldn't have made that on the set point. Massive moment. I do think if you're Texas, you only need one of these sets. I understand they're down 3 first sets, but you grab 2, you figure, okay, something's going 3, right? I think one set here, you can take, not a deep breath, but a little breath, coach. If you're the Buckeyes, do you need them both? That 5-set margin down a doubles point, one enough for you here? What are you thinking?
I think one set, they've got to feel pretty good if you get 4 first sets. But there's so much tennis to be played, and we'll see who lets up, who gets a little bit frustrated after the first set loss. So much more to be played.
So much more indeed will be here for you till the last ball is struck. Sebastian Erickson holds on court number 4-6-5 out in front. We'll get you back over to that one again. They're a game away from the opening set. In the meantime, we're going over to, oh no, we caught him in a double changeover, sure. Well, that actually gives us a moment to show you these scoreboards one more time. Fillin, Mariano on serve in the second. Ojikar, Nakashima on serve through a service game in the second. Only set in singles right now for Texas belongs on court number 1 again for Ohio State, 3, 5, and 6, which, by the way, I think those are the spots they were always targeting, particularly with the decision, and we probably haven't talked about this enough. Ty played Alex Okonkwo today. Sometimes, man, guy knows what he's doing. Right now, you're feeling pretty good about this breakdown, right, with your lineup choices?
Oh, absolutely. 3, 5, and 6. Looks strong all the way, certainly at 5 and 6. Really controlled both those sets quite easily.
Absolutely. There you see our scoreboard here at the Altic Steislinger Tennis Complex, again on the campus of SMU. Been here the last 2 national championships. I'll tell you what, with what we got last season, hard to imagine anything toppling that. Back to a split screen we go, as again a game away in 2 places from opening sets. Okonkwo serving 5-6, Stearns 4-5. He may be watching, so I will point out again, the best set I've seen any human play at the collegiate level ever. Steph Dostanic to clinch last year over TC. I mean, the set he played against Pennington Jones. Pennington Jones was lucky to touch a ball on serve, on return, excuse me.
I remember that match vividly. I was in the front row watching.
So when you're facing a big server like Okonkwo, what's the message on the other side of the net to a Seb Erickson? What are you doing to combat all of that weaponry? What's your message there?
Well, I think part of it is where are we standing on the returns, move around a little bit, back up a little bit. If we're not serving and volleying, back up, take away the angle. I think the big thing is Erickson's got to move him around a little bit more, not let him dictate every point.
Just on ice skates. These guys sliding, gliding, extending rallies. My dear friend, Oklahoma State men's tennis coach Dustin Taylor always calls that play you alluded to as the 1-and-1. 1 ball to this corner, 1 ball to that corner. We're just going to make your life miserable tonight. That's what you're calling for from Erickson, the 1-and-1?
I think that's his strength, certainly.
Apologies for that. I thought that ball was long as well. Not the case. Did Stearns call that out? No. He did not call that ball out. Okay, Ivanovsky looking to the chair. Not the case. Tie break to decide the set on 4. Momentum's up for grabs. Who's going to have a path? Buckeyes grab this tie break on 4. Again, they will have 4 first sets. And to get to the tiebreak, how could you not say advantage Okonkwo? This is what he does. Stearns held for 5-all. Now all of a sudden, a little trouble for Ivanovsky at love 15. I'll tell you what, again, a massive moment here. Ohio State can seize momentum after a heartbreak of a doubles point. Wow.
So solid his first 4 points.
Not just solid, he is slugging away. As by the way, again, now love 30. Could the Buckeyes grab 5 first sets? Wow, got some developments in second sets. Again, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Triple box action, because I gotta show you Lucas Mariano on court number 6. As, by the way, Anthrop's got a set and a break. Mariano down a set, up a break. Gorsney's got a set and break lead as well. It's crunch time. Who's gonna seize the momentum again after about 70 minutes here of singles? Okonkwo as Stearns now break point chances. He breaks, he'll serve for the set. To a deciding point. You know what? I wanted to show you those breaks. You've seen them. We'll get back to them. We're going back to the split screen. 5-1 Okonkwo trying to close out that set. And now all of a sudden from 15-40 to a deciding point, a massive moment. He's been their version of Aiden Kim, flipping the script to Ivanovsky these past couple of rounds. What's he got for us tonight?
Oh,
wow.
Big serve there.
Well, you were wondering what's the mental makeup of this freshman, Coach. We just saw it.
I'll tell you, what a huge hold, because he doesn't hold there, it could be 5 first sets.
Absolutely, as by the way, Seb Erickson faces 5 set points. Seb Erickson had a forehand pass for a set point. He missed it half an inch in the net. Now all of a sudden, we hadn't seen him all week. All week. I think head coach Ty Tucker knows what he's doing. It's a set to Okonkwo. It's a path for the Buckeyes. 3, 4, 5, 6. And what do we always say? What's the difference between good and great, Coach? It's that bottom of the line. Well, the Buckeyes are flexing their bottom of the lineup. However, want to take you down to courts 5 and 6 on the side of your screen. Obviously, Stearns is going to serve to stay alive in the opening set. We'll keep that in the big screen. But first, we'll keep it there. You see Anthrop the set and the break again. Gorsey's got a set and a break on 1. However, court number 5, 4-1, break point chances for Ojakar there. Court number 6, you've got a 4-1 second set lead. Up a break now, Lucas Mariano. What a set from Okonkwo. for Nakashima. He holds for 2-all. So again, want to show you those set and break leads. We're going to go over to 1 there. Ivanovsky, love 15. I'll tell you what, again, this match, this opening set, epitomizing the swings we have. I don't know any other sport like it, Coach.
It's way too early to talk about a must set. I feel like Ivanovsky's got to get this. Got to get this set.
It's just so good.
Great defense. Great defense.
So you see the benches getting it. Show you that one more time. The defense from Ivanovsky again. Kind of guessed right there. Not sure I remember last time I saw a volley like that. The underhand scoop shot. Good serve. And I feel like that's been the biggest difference why Stern's taken that lead this season, right?
Right, absolutely. 3 points. There's another one. 2 first serves, 30-all.
But all of the sudden, in what is almost a must-grab set for these Texas Longhorns, again, yeah, they've got a doubles point lead, but you go down 5 first sets. Now you got to chase. Chase for another 90 minutes, and again, there is no better front runner in all of college tennis than the Ohio State Buckeyes. It's a massive moment here for Texas.
Stern's at his best. Right?
I don't remember him playing this big. Deciding point, set point coming up. It's an opening set to Ivanovsky. Inject that energy in my veins, Coach, because I think we've got ourselves a thriller. If the doubles didn't set a tone, certainly here in singles the action will. 4 first sets to Ohio State. Top 2 go to Texas, but you see Gorsny ceded his break lead. 5-2 lead. We're going to go full screen to 6. Blink and you might miss it in this matchup. A lot of +1s. It's the sort of tennis you expect at the top. Oh. I mean, again, what are we doing? This is a freshman slugging. I'd like to see a matchup with Gonzalo Escobar, Coach.
I actually texted with Gonzalo today, playing doubles in Rio.
Okay. And all due respect, again, fill-in serving here. We're going to take us back over to court number 3 now. Reason for that, of course, setting a break for Anthrop, but that effort means 3 break points for double break. Find a fast point to put on the board here, level things.
Oh yeah, Bryce! Let's go, Jack! Here we go, Aiden! Let's go, Aiden!
Well, you saw it yesterday in his straight set win over Andreas Santa Marta. Heck, you saw it from the start as he clinched in over Georgiev of SMU back in the round of 16. Jack Anthrop's on a mission. He has a set and double break lead now here on court number 3. Now again, show you the scores coming out of doubles. Want to sit here for a second. Yes, it was a doubles point. Oh my God, Okonkwo's got a set and a break on 4. That would be a massive swing for the Buckeyes. One I don't think any of us expected to see coming. First things first, we go back over to court number 6 as, again, Mariano looking to close out the set there, force a third. But Coach, drama, wouldn't have it any other way.
You said earlier this is not a typical number 6 match, is it? These guys are just battling and playing big, coming forward at the right time, aggressive. This could be the match, right? The swing match.
Absolutely. Set points coming here on 6. I don't know. I think Alex Okonkwo would like a cup of coffee in that conversation. But yes, absolutely a massive moment as set points are coming up here. Try to take any serve away in particular from the lefty.
Let's see what happens here. Yeah, he likes that wide run to do score. I would expect more of the slice down the tee.
But the forehand leaks wide, so Lucas Mariano. Now both teams have a path. Now both of these teams will need at least one deciding set victory. As, by the way, Gorsny got his break back on court number 1. Setting a break for Okonkwo. We got to go over. They're going to go split screen here because, again, I'm not sure, and I've made a lot of different claims, obviously, for Nikita Fillin to be that guy for Ohio State as the most outstanding player. But what about Jack Anthrop? He hasn't been in the doubles lineup. But, again, clinching win over SMU. Straight set win over Stanford. Dominant against Santa Marta yesterday. Now this score line, 6-3, 4-1. I mean, it's a grown man showing up.
Oh, there we go, Jack. Tell him.
Give me that. That's what he says about that forehand return. Anthrop says, I see your pace, watch this redirect. Somewhere in the third row, Dirk Nowitzki's going, damn.
You actually own him, Jack. You own him. Eating him alive, Jack.
Should we get that guy in the booth?
Keep him alive.
I mean, if he's serving and volleying, just go shake hands right now. Have yourself a day, Jack Anthrop. Guy eats it, he lives it, he breathes it, he sleeps it. He's what this sport's all about.
I think Texas needs Gores need to take care of business, get off the court, get up a 2-1 lead here because they're going to obviously lose at number 3. We'll put them up 2-1 with a lot of matches still up in the air.
I think Anthrop just broke a string. Did he? Ah, no, the shock absorber went flying. Are you a shock absorber user?
Never.
Me neither.
Ever had one in my racket.
Me neither. I knew I liked you. If you're able for her, just stay on court as long as possible. Your teammates have paths. Don't ignore that scoreboard. Just keep slugging away. Maybe not that. Just been that sort of day for the freshman, hasn't it, on 3? Gorsny now 2 points away from a double break. So yeah, absolutely. It may be 2-love on the scoreboard, Texas, and feel anything but that. If you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, Coach Tim Siegel joining me in our broadcast booth. The opening hour could not have been better. Match points for the Buckeyes on all 3 courts in doubles. We had ultimately 3 tie breaks decide things. Texas taking the tie breaks on courts 2 and 3. They hand Phil Carpico their first dual match loss of the season at 2. But it actually may be leveled up here. It is a match point. It's going in the big screen now for Jack Anthrop. Well, it's the first ball we've seen Anthrop miss. That's ATP level stuff.
He wanted to come forward to net there and shake hands right on the spot.
Gonna have to wait a little longer. Jack Anthrop, though, will serve for the matches. By the way, you see Ali Ojakar. 4-3 out in front. They are still on serve in that second set on 5. We take you over to 1 where, can I call it de facto match points here for Seb Gorsny? Break point chances coming up here for a double break set in 5-2.
Can you hear the crowd?
That's so well done from Aiden Kim, and another, you just try to stay on court. Wait for your opportunity. Kim gets the hold on the board, 4-3-4, still back over we go, and we gotta stay in the triple box. It's crunch time on a bunch of different courts. First things first, though, here is Jack Anthrop serving for a Buckeye victory.
Great point. Great backhand down the line from Anthrop.
I've seen him win a lot of matches. I can't remember a week where the level from him was this high. I don't know about that. We'll get a challenge certainly from Anthrop. No, we won't. My apologies. Camera angle didn't do it justice. Very much wine, I suppose. Meanwhile, quietly, massive moment coming up on 5. Deciding point, break point chance for Ali Ojakar. They already forced a third on 6. And now they've got breakpoint chances on 3 as well. Well, accordingly, we are going to make a quick leap over to court number 5. Gorsny serving, of course, a set 4-3, 30 love. No. A net cord forehand bouncing back onto the side of Nakashima.
Getting the crowd fired up. My goodness, what a turnaround.
He will serve for the set. We will keep it on your screen, but again, it is one of those hop around moments. We just have to. Jack Anthrop serving for a Buckeye victory here on 3. Gorsny gain point chances to give himself a chance to serve for victory on 1 as well. Match point, Jack. Leave no doubt.
What a way to end it. What
No,
a phenomenal physical point. That's how he won the majority of those points, just the extra ball.
Trying to think of better performances. Maybe Jack Bauer, season 4. Obviously, Captain Jack, Pirates of the Caribbean, but now Jack Anthrop. Put him on the short list. That was exceptional tennis. And the Buckeyes level things at 1 apiece. Question is, of course, for how long? For the meantime, we're jumping over to 5 as Oshikar serves for his second set. Want to pop back over as Alex Okonkwo just nursing that set and break lead, of course, as well. It is 1-all overall. Actually, you know what? Let's just go full screen to this because we can.
You pulled out the movie references there. I'm impressed with that.
Could have gone with Titanic Jack, right? Isn't that another Jack?
You sure could have. He knows his college tennis and he knows his movies.
All that means is a lot of screen time. I was doing it before it was in fashion. But again, show you those scoreboards. It's a massive moment here. Why? Okonkwo's got set and break. Gorsny, of course, is about to serve for it. As soon as he does, we'll get you back to it. Third set already forced on 6. Can Texas expand their paths? Uh-oh. See Gorsny out of the chair, so I want to bring us back to that one as well. Court's 1 and 5 here. It's a good start for Gorsny.
Big serve. Set point now for Oshikar.
He's got that get out of jail free card. Always nice to win the free points, isn't it? As Alex Okonkwo, by the way, set in 5-2, he will have a chance to serve for a win I don't think any of us saw coming when we did our match calculus beforehand. Oshikar forces the third. Let him hear you, young man.
Speaking of hearing, I've heard Texas fight for 23 years of coaching.
Just wait. I mean, you're already, I'm sure, falling asleep to it. It's a habit as we go full screen match. Point. Gorsny. Well, there's the case. He'll be all tournament team #1 singles. He may end up your most outstanding player as well. Seb Gorsny. He's bringing his best to his final year on the job. A 6-4, 6-4 victory. All right, now we're going to jump over to court #4. As you see, Lucas Brown says, hey, well done, young man. Over to court #4 we go as Alex Okonkwo will have a chance to serve for a 2-1 overall. Third set's forced on 5 and 6. Wouldn't have it any other way. As Seb Erickson, at the very least, looking to ask the question here of the big servant junior, Alex Okonkwo. Just getting in. Again, the moment Okonkwo made that announcement, I'm headed to Ohio State, with just how many repetitions he was going to be put through by this Ohio State coaching staff, a staff perfect, it feels like, in developing his specific skill set. Oh. It's just downhill tennis, coach.
Pressure, pressure, pressure.
Two points away from what could prove a pivotal swing victory for the Bucks. You drop doubles in the fashion they did, you gotta steal something. Might this just be the spot? This man is everywhere.
That was 4 overheads. 4 overheads at one point. Wow.
Big man can scoop. Match points, Buckeyes. Okay.
Good serve. Needed that. Needed a short point, that's for sure.
None of us saw it coming. Alex Okonkwo answers the call. Coach, you can speak to this. How hard it must be for any player. You're sitting on the bench all week long. You're just waiting for coach to call your number. Talk me through that sort of performance, because, oh my goodness.
I will say that obviously he was fresh physically, right? And mentally he was ready to go. Coach believed in him. He believed in himself. And he played such flawless tennis, a combination of playing solid from the ground, but a lot of pressure coming forward.
So we've got 3 matches left. It's real simple, folks, real simple. Take 2 out of the 3, you're the national indoor champion. And look, I've called a lot of Buckeye matches in my day. In fact, it's been some of the best matches I've had the chance to call. The 2024 indoor final, the 2024 NCAA semifinal matches against TCU. This one might, shades of it might top them all. As we'll head down to court number 6, Nikita Fillin serving 2-3 40 love. I mean, Coach, I'll ask it. I don't know there's a clear answer. Who might you rather be?
I was hoping you were going to ask. I'm going to say I lean Texas because they're up a set at 2.
More margin.
And on serve at 5 and 6.
I got nothing to add.
Nothing?
I mean, again, maybe, just maybe. Filling holds for 3-all.
It's hard not to trust Phil in here, right? He just has that belief. Seems like he's fresh, he's fired up.
Certainty of his game style as well. He has such a clear identity in these pressure moments.
Good variety.
No, I thought he missed it wide. Did he not? No, I don't think he heard the call. Mariano 100% called that ball wide. Interesting. So our... No, okay, it was good. My correction. They switched our scoreboard there for love 15. Make it love 30.
Phelan looks more fresh. He just looks more energetic. He lean for a break here at number 6. What a match.
As, by the way, it's an opening deciding point for the sophomore Ojakar on 5. This is what we signed up for tonight. You're getting your money's worth. Ojakar breaks for 1 love. Now you really may want to beat Texas. Just because, again, and you nailed it. It's the court 2 lead. It's the margin for error, right? I mean, not really, because you could lose both thirds. Philin sends it a little long. I thought, might we get a challenge? No. As, by the way, emotions are high. Better the profanity comes from player than us in the booth. As to the over 2,000 of you watching live right now on the ITA and Crack Rackets YouTube feeds, where would you rather be on a Tuesday night? Ace T. Mariano. From love 30 to game points, coach. What are you seeing? That's a great answer.
Deep breath is what I'm seeing.
Okay, I love it.
I remember telling my players just to breathe, and I told them that because I also had to remind myself to breathe. Two big serves in a row. Huge hold there at 6. Huge
gumption. Moxie. Some languages, they say huevos. All of the above, you're seeing it on display. As, by the way, Stern's just quietly holding for 3-all. Take a full screen. Let's go hang out. I feel like we really haven't shown you much at court number 2. Actually, that's a lie, because Ojakar's down up a break. Can he consolidate? Nakashima's going to keep on attacking, and by the way, we'll get you up to date. Here are your 3 active matches. Obviously, court 4 now officially in the books. What a win from Alex Okonkwo. A surprise, maybe he wins that, given, again, we hadn't seen him this week as you were. Ohio State dropping that doubles point. So each team's taken a punch, and each team's responded.
That's right. That's right. For a while there, you felt Ohio State had the upper hand, and now Texas has the slight hand. I would call this 50-50 at this point.
Love it. Well, of course he's right back to love 30. What, have you not been paying attention? Sure. It's been his equalizer all night long, right? There it is, the OHIOs echoing across this building. So smooth. It's just such a firm identity. And yet we have to go back to 6. He found himself in a deficit in his own service game. Now all of a sudden, freshman Lucas Mariano. Love 30 in the service game of Philly. Oh, wow. Stop it. Well, all due respect to Ali Ojakar on 5 and his battle with Bryce Nakashima. Show you the replay. Click the wrong one, hand up, that's on me. Show you that backhand slap one more time. Are you kidding me, Lucas Mariano? That's just ridiculous. So we'll take you full screen now as, again, break point chances coming up. Oh, come on. Oi, I didn't even think he'd make the volley. Apologies, I hit our replay button too early, but I thought that was good. I thought he had it. Volley finds its way in, and Nikita Philin able to put things away from there. First break point fought off. Nakashima breaking back for 1-1 again. Ivanovsky nursing that set and 4-3 lead. Yep. No questions asked. Oh, no. Lucas Mariano basking in the glow of the moment. What'd you think, Coach, about the point?
Oh, he had hit 3 passing shots, didn't he? But he didn't panic on any of those. Didn't overhit.
He did what you love most. Kept it low. Low and on the body. Safe, smart targets. Mariano is serving for the match.
Go Buckeyes! Go Nikita!
No.
Oh, another missed volley. Controlling both points there, but missed the volley.
Jinx.
The
by
right
way,
play.
my friend. The right play, though. You love that?
Absolutely the right play.
Everyone's scoreboard watching. That's why we're keeping those scores top right of your screen.
Big serve, big serve. Needed a quick short point, didn't he?
Wow. I'm telling you, you knew it the moment this freshman walked in the door on media day. There was just a buzz about him, a buzz about this team. It was championship-type chemistry. Well, look at that.
What's interesting about this is that Phelan was winning the points on just working him, making him work. Now he's playing much shorter points. I think that's hurt him a little bit there. All right, here we go.
Match points, Mariano.
4 match points in a row.
Well, that's a way to fight off. As, by the way, you see 30-all Ivanovsky. That scoreboard's going to update in a second. He's got breakpoint chances as well, so we will stay in the full screen. But again, Texas, 3 good minutes. All right, dipped low at the feet. First break point fought off by Preston Stearns. A big serve, a big +1 forehand. It is a deciding point there. Here we go again. Deciding point, match point. What you got for us? C'est magnifique. The French freshman delivering. Throw up the niche. I'm waiting for it. Those eyes say it all. And the hug to senior Jonah Braswell. Lucas Mariano. 3-2 Texas. Huge Stern from Preston Stearns. Huge hold to fight off 2 break points. Ojakar's got that break lead, but it's been 3 breaks in the third on 5. We're headed over to court number 2. 2 matches remaining now, and I don't even have to ask you who you'd rather be. There's no doubt. It's the one title they haven't won as a program. They've been close. Indoor finals in 2023. Semifinals last year. A lot of heartbreaker 4-3 to the eventual champs Wake Forest. And yet again, the freshman Kalen Ivanovsky just firing, raining down bombs. Ivanovsky holds 4-5-4. Well, again, 2-1. Ali Ojakar out in front in that third set, and yet still, we want to hear directly head coach Bruce Burke let us know what's it going to take for his team to win. No, scratch that. Never mind. No clip for you here. We're going to stay with it a game away. So in that case, we will go back over to court number 5. $2-1-30 all. Obviously, the moment we are back out of that change of ends on court number 2, we will get you over to it. Can Ojakar extend the lead here? Every time he's needed one.
Big serving throughout the match.
Tells you much about the mental makeup as well, right? Just that he keeps finding that serve in these moments.
Especially after being down 6-2, right? He got broken twice in the first set. Early break in the second.
So by the way, they are out of the chair, so all due respect to this one. Back over we go to 2. Here's how you etch your name in Texas history if you're Colin Ivanovsky. Right here, right now, put together what would be a 3-0 week at 2 singles. Meanwhile, on the other side, Preston Stearns. In and out of the lineup his first couple of seasons on the job. Now he's up to 2. What's he got for us here? Found a clutch hold for 4-all. We're getting a challenge. Call stands, call confirmed by our chair. That's excellent camera work, by the way. Shout out to our producer, Daniel Westoff, Chris Halioris on the camera there. 15 love now for Stearns. Oh. What the heck? By the way, Ojakar just, Nakashima, just the casual break back. Wow, no called. Called wide, and another challenge coming from Ivanovsky. No, a little discussion. Overruled, I think, either by coach or himself, so we weren't going to risk any point penalty, none of that. This Ivanovsky forehand line. I'm blushing. 15-30.
you breathing?
Oh, hold your breath there. Foray forward to fight off the match point for Stearns. It's Colin with a K, bringing home the W for the Longhorns. Texas, 4-2, your national indoor champions. Coach Siegel, they were down 4 first sets in singles. Throw up the Laniche. They are your 2026 national indoor champions.
Down 3 match points, 3 different points in doubles, and then 4 first sets, and found a way to win. What an incredible accomplishment. Their first National Indoors Championship.
Shirts immediately off. Funny how quickly that happens. But yeah, it's time to celebrate. And again, for head coach Bruce Burke, national championship that first spring 2019. He has come so close so many different times since. NCAA finals in 24. National indoor finals in 23. They won't have to wait any longer. They're bringing home a trophy to Austin. Texas 4, Ohio State 2. I got to go race down to MCR trophy presentation here in a moment, but final thoughts quickly. Coach Siegel, what this win means for these Longhorns, what it says about the program Bruce Burke has built down in Austin.
To have all these new guys come in there and come through under pressure, combination of the new guys and then also Gorsny at the top set the tone, getting that first singles win. A huge win. This will help them as we begin SEC play this weekend.
Well, of course, again, we will keep the camera on the celebration here quickly as Texas, they're going to do what they've done after each and every match. Time for them to celebrate the moment. We will show the celebration, and then, of course, I will head down for our trophy presentation. Again, a thank you to all of you who joined us. A match we will be talking about the rest of this season. Texas, your 2026 men's national indoor champions.
Thank you very much. If we can, one more time, let's give a rousing round of applause to both of these teams. We know we're apologizing for these teams. Certainly both of these teams are on the best we have. Again, congratulations to each of your teams. And certainly that is one more college experience for everywhere to enjoy, of course. Now, what I want to do, introduce onto this stage someone who can tell us just how much it means to this community to have been able to host an event like this, not just once, but of course, each of the last 2 seasons. If you will, a round of applause as I welcome onto the stage. Let's hear it for Luis Grazia.
Thank you guys for being here. It's been an amazing 2 years. I remember sitting with Grant and he was telling us how this event was going to come here, and I mean, it's been 2 amazing years. We couldn't do this without our sponsors. Zool was great to us. All Things Housing Foundation and Legacy LA. Thank you so much for helping us get this event going. Thank you to all the fans that showed up. It's been amazing energy throughout the week. Probably helped this guys out here a little bit. I mean, yeah, it's been a great week. Thank you for everything and keep it going. Hope you have a big season for you two guys.
Well, before I let you go, Luis, I do want to ask you one more question of you, because there are a lot of Tennis fans here tonight. Maybe this is their first match here at SMU, and maybe they got a taste of it. They want to keep coming back and moving forward. What can these fans in the stands do to support you guys here at SMU, support college tennis more broadly moving forward?
I mean, it's a different sport. A lot of people come here and have no idea how this works. There's so much energy, and that energy goes to every single player out there. It just makes them elevate their level. It's a big factor having people really into this game, and it does make a difference for the teams. So we're really hoping to get more of this tennis fans, and guys, just go out. It's a great sport.
No, absolutely. One more time if we can, let's give it up for Luis Grazia. Again, without him, we're not here these last 2 years. We appreciate your support, my friends, certainly. Of course, there's another man behind the scenes who does so much every day to make sure college tennis can continue to thrive around the country. He's fighting fights for all of us to ensure the health of our sport moving forward. If we can, give it up for the ITA CEO. Let's hear it for Dave Mullins.
Yeah, thanks for coming out this evening. Amazing tennis the last several days, the last several weeks. We had our women's indoors events last week in Chicago, and just need to thank a few leaders, champions for this event who put in many hours over many months and years to make these events possible. So really, Grant Chen at SMU, I'm not sure where he is. I think he's up there in his fancy suit, talking, someone trying to raise some more money. But Grant Chen, thank you so much for all you've done. Michael Wilson, down at Baylor, both SMU and Baylor University athletic departments, and then the ITA staff, in particular Cody Johnson over there. Again, not possible without all his sweat and tears. Our communications team, Jordan, Zach, have to thank the officials, especially Andrew Rogers, Anthony Montero, for all the work that they've done, and then the great coaches, the great players. With each passing year, the level of college tennis just keeps getting better and better. I'm just in awe of what you guys are doing. Please keep up the great work. You're making my job much easier, so thank you.
I can't wait one more time again before you go, because a moment like this is what this sport is all about. What can everyone here in this crowd do to help support you, what would you say is the one thing for fans tuning in at home they can do to support college tennis?
Great question, Alex. Thank you. Yeah, if you can just follow your local team, doesn't matter the division. This is amazing tennis here at Division I. We have incredible tennis at all divisions. If you can find a local college team to support, go out and watch a match, follow them on social media, maybe make a small donation, anything you can do to help local college tennis programs because they really need your help right now. Tune into the streams, do whatever you can just to follow the sport, even just eyeballs or follow a like on social media, whether it's on our channel, whether it's on Ohio State, Texas, SMU, it doesn't matter, just more eyeballs on the sport. Again, the easier it makes my job, so thanks for asking, Alex.
Of course, one more time again, it's thankless work. Give it up for our ITA senior, Dave Mullins. And now I want to bring forward our two coaches, of course, as well. First, again, he's a living legend. Always a pleasure to get to watch his team compete. Presenting the runner-up trophy, ITA CEO Dave Mullins. Let's hear it for Ohio State men's tennis head coach Tom.
Thanks for everyone for coming out, and especially congratulations to Coach Bergen's staff. They did a darn good job. You guys played hard. And still some more season left, and we hope to see you again. Don't know how it'll go, but we'll see what happens. But you guys played well. Thanks a lot. I'd like to thank Grant Shed and the SMU administration for putting on a top-notch event. It was great showing up, valet parking, guys felt great every day showing up. You made it feel like stars, so you did a fantastic job. The ITA, Anthony, thank you very much for putting on an incredible officiating. So it was nice, electrifying itself, but for my guys, what can I say? You guys fight real hard, and it's a pleasure to watch you guys play all week. I know you guys will get after it. The season's just it's not even 50% done, so we've got a lot of work to do, but I appreciate how hard you fought. Coach Rome, Coach Callahan, good job. Kelly, thank you.
One more time, give it up for your national runner-ups here. We will certainly be hearing more from them in 2026. It's your Ohio State Hawkeyes. And now we've actually got a legend in the house. I want to bring up a former ITA national team indoor champion here at SMU from the 1979 team. Certainly doesn't look like it. Let's hear it helping us present our trophy. Let's hear it for Roman Kuczynski, my friend. And he will be presenting, of course, our championship trophy to our winning head coach for the University of Texas men's tennis program. Let's hear it for our head coach, Bruce Moore.
Thanks, Alex. Boy, so many people to thank. You guys have already gone through it. I think I need to start with Ohio State. I mean, I told the guys before this match started that this is going to be the ultimate test of their toughness because we're playing against Ohio State. And to me, there's no doubt that this program, all the teams coached by Ty and Justin and all the other assistant coaches, has clearly been the toughest, most competitive team for what seems like decades. And Ty, Coach Tucker, the job that you've done is just absolutely incredible. So congratulations to you guys. I know you're going to do great this year. And then, for all the guys, I mean, I knew we had a good team. I can't say that I expected to be here right now. Coming into this tournament, I didn't even know if we'd be able to get through a match or two. But you guys were also super tough, and you answered the test that we challenged you with. And I couldn't be more proud to be your coach. And it's a lot of fun to be around you guys, so I think you really deserve it. I also need to shout out to Benny Becker, who's just as good a tennis player as he was and as good a coach he is. The quality of the person is just unbelievable, so it's just a pleasure to work with you every day. And Nick, you bring so much energy every day. You're really great music. Oh, yeah, and then just real quick, Donnie Dave, our strength coach, has been with men's tennis for over 20 years. Incredible partner program. Our athletic trainer, Emily, has had her challenges this year, but she's answered the best. And Megan Hoffman does everything to make our jobs and these guys that much easier. And then I want to echo the previous speakers by thanking the ITA. I really do think this was a first-class event in every way, and that can't happen without the host schools, Baylor and SMU, and in particular Grand Shan. First class all the way, and you really did make us feel like we were part of something special, so thank you for that. The officials also, terrific job. It was a really nice touch to have the ball kids. Made these guys feel like they were players. So thank you, you guys did a great job. So thanks again for hosting us. I really appreciate everything you've done the last 2 years, and welcome. Okay.
And a lot of people, you guys can't see him. He is dressed so dapperly today. Grand Shan, if we can, one collective round of applause. I have been to a lot of national awards over the years, but these last 2 years we've got Grant, Michael, we've got Hudson here, second to none. So you guys have set the standard. Everyone's got a chase from here. A thank you to the SMU team, to all the ball kids, every volunteer. You guys put a smile on our face every time we walk in the building. So sincerely, thank you so much, Dallas, for being our home these last 2 years. We will miss you as we move on to a new site next season, but we will always keep you in our hearts. Thank you for having us. We hope you all enjoy the 2026 Men's National Indoor Championships. Thank you, everyone.
And especially congratulate Texas for winning the 2026 ITA Indoor Championship and Ohio State for their amazing runner-up performance. On behalf of SMU, we want to thank you, the fans, for coming out to this year's tournament. Please travel home safely.
Come down! Surf bots only.
Surf bots only.
Surf bots only, man.
Come on. No, they want you.
Oh, yeah.
Calm down. They want you. Come on. Calm down. Nathan, come. Yes, they want him down. Come down. Come down. They want you to. Yes, come down. Oh my goodness. Behind on the pro shop, there's
Hey, espérate. Move one picture with you, right?
Yeah, you guys
So Zach, she came from Boston just to visit, and we took her out of the stands. We said, hey, we need one more, and she's like, I have no idea what this is about. It was a great time. Like, you'll never forget this trip. Do you want to see their Okay, I mean, well, just so you know what we're doing, and you don't have to read them, but I'm just.
And now you'll be able to hear us. So joining us now to help wrap our coverage of the 2026 ITA Division I Men's National Team Indoor Championships, head coach of the winning Texas Longhorns. It's Bruce Burke joining us once again. Coach, first of all, congratulations to you and the team on the title. Obviously, first national championship at the team level brought home since 2019. To have been knocking on the door, as you have 5 Final Fours in the last 6 years, as you wisely pointed out to me, to bring home this national championship, what does it mean to you and your program?
Boy, well, anytime it's a first national championship, it's an amazing benchmark for the program. And I'm really, most importantly, I'm super happy for the guys because they earned it. And, you know, it was a pretty cool thing because they really stepped up and decided they wanted to make the standards even higher than they were. And they were pretty disappointed with their start. I was thinking, look, guys, you're being a little harder on yourself. We're down a couple of guys. You know, hang in there. It's all good. And there's no, like, that's not the way to do it. We need to do this. We need to do that. And so they set some standards, and they went to work and lived up to. They walked the walk, and you know, they held each other accountable. And we started. Not that we weren't working hard before, but they took it to another level. And we did think we were a little soft the last time we played Ohio State in Columbus, and man, it was a little bit different this week. I couldn't believe how consistent competitively we were from number 1 all the way through number 6 day after day. So I couldn't be more proud of the team. And yeah, it's a great milestone for the program. But boy, it's a lifetime memory that these guys just made for themselves.
No doubt about it, and obviously it's the first national team indoor championship in Texas men's tennis history. It was the only trophy you guys didn't have on your mantle. Want to ask you about the match, because obviously it's the stat we'll all be talking about to come. You were down match points on every court in doubles, and I know, again, you were focused on your own matchup on court number 1, but to hear that fact, to see your guys take 2 tie breaks against this Ohio State team, 3 top 10 individual doubles teams in their lineup. Did you expect to take the doubles point tonight, Coach? And just to see your guys do it, what'd you see?
I mean, I didn't know. You never know what to expect in doubles.
Sure.
I didn't really think we were the favorites. I feel like we have been getting better with our play in doubles, but no, I didn't think that was going to be our strongest point necessarily. Of course, I believe that we could do it, but doubles is such a crapshoot. It's just about 1 or 2 good returns at the right moment, and it makes the difference in the match. And you saw that today, turning some match points into victories. I knew we were down match point on the court that I was coaching. I wasn't too happy about it, but I could feel our guys hanging in there, and they were playing better and returning better as they went along. We just had a terrible first game of the match, and they hung in there and took their chance when they had it at the end. And the other courts also did a great job. So no, that was a big bonus for us, because I didn't think. I thought we could do it, but that hasn't been our best point.
Yeah, no, and again, to break Alex Okonkwo, of all people, too, as well, when he's serving for the match and has those 2 match points at 1, they may not have gotten the victory, but we're not going to forget about the performance from the freshman there at that top spot. Then came maybe the biggest decision of the day, what to do with your singles lineup. And obviously you've played a bunch of different guys in those 5, 6 spots. Ultimately, you opt with Ollie up to that number 5 spot. Healthy enough, it seems, to go today. Mariano stays at 6. What led to that decision? Obviously a good one on your part.
Yeah, I mean, it was once Oliver played that match against TCU, and the next day he wasn't hurting too bad. He was okay. He was still walking around. He was able to do a very, very short hit the next day. Then I knew he had one more match in him. We thought he had 1 match in him this tournament. We said maybe 2 if he recovers well and has at least a day off, probably 2. Against Baylor, I guess I just rolled the dice. I mean, we have a sports science guy back at Texas, and we have catapult systems that they wear in their shorts, and it monitors their player load, their high intensity load, and the advice that he got would be it would be much better for him and his chances of not getting re-injured if he had a second day to recover. So that's what we went with, and I also felt like matchup-wise against Baylor, after seeing what Luka had done in his previous match against Texas A&M, I thought we'd at least have a chance against Baylor at number 6, at least have a good chance. So we went that route, and then Oliver was feeling fine, so I actually made the decision last night that Oliver was going to play unless he had something come up that he wasn't feeling well. And then the decision became: do you play Oliver at 6 and Jonah at 5, or do you play, or do you move Oliver up to 5 and you put Luka in? And I thought Jonah played pretty well yesterday. Yeah. He's been trending in the right direction. He was fighting really well. He's been doing a good job. But I mean, Luka was confident, super confident. He'd clinched 2 matches, and indoors serving great. We just kind of went with the hot hand and moved Oliver up to 5 and Luka at 6, and it worked out today. Not to say that Jonah couldn't have done a great job also, but yeah, this time I didn't screw it up.
I like that thinking. Well, I will say this. Down 4 first sets in singles. We're all scoreboard watching. How could you not? What goes through your head in a moment like that? And, again, was there ever any doubt injected in your mind?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I mean, you're playing Ohio State.
Yeah, of course.
It's a great team. I couldn't say that I knew we were going to win the match. There's always some doubt. But, what we try to do as coaches is practice what we preach and stay focused on the courts that we're supposed to be responsible for.
Okay.
But you're right. It's human nature to look around. I'm aware of what's happening. I did my best to lock in with Abel and Oliver. But, yeah, I was once Luka got up a break in his second set and was able to kind of ride it for a while, and then Oliver broke and then broke late and was serving for his second set. Then I was starting to feel pretty good about things because I don't know, I have a lot of belief in Colin. So far, now that he's healthy, I'm seeing the level that he's capable of, and it seems to me like he's rising to the occasion. And Gorsney's been so confident and playing so well. He had beaten Aiden Kim last time. So with those 2 sets in the bag, and then we split, on the 2 ends, then I felt like we had a good chance.
Well, I want to ask you about the freshmen in a second. And, again, I promise I'm not going to keep you for too much longer because we could do an hour together talking about this match. But you mentioned Seb Gorsney, your senior, at that number 1 singles spot. Obviously, this guy who's clinched a national championship in his past, a guy who's played good tennis each and every season he's been on the job. Something feels different about him, maybe even not tennis-wise. I just feel like it's an embracing of the leadership. You get to see it every day. Am I on to something here?
I think so, yeah. I mean, he seems to be having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I do think he's embracing the leadership. It was funny last year when he was hurt at times last year, and he couldn't play full out, but he would play some matches, and he would use his touch and softball around and just kind of hang in there. But sometimes he wasn't able to play. And when he wasn't able to play, the job that he did on the sideline, he was like what Timo is now.
Yeah.
He was so positive and really active in helping his teammates, and we really saw something when he was in that situation about how much he cared about the team. And he's a smart player, and he's got incredible instincts and incredible feel. He's just a great, talented athlete. And no, I do think now that he's having a lot of success playing at number 1, he's only lost 1 match this year, and it was to Dietrich in 3 sets. I think he's just, the confidence is soaring, and he seems to be, every match he seems to be playing better, and then no matter what situation he's in, there's no panic, and he's been pretty clutch. I was on the other end of his clutch performance a couple of years ago in the NCAA finals, and I saw what he's capable of and how he can rise to the occasion. So he's a talented athlete, and he's a unique individual, and I do think he's rising to the challenge of playing number 1 and becoming a leader.
No, absolutely. And, again, they're not going to ask me to vote, maybe because they think I have too many biases. He's my most outstanding player choice. I just thought he set a tone from the start. And then that other tone, and I talked about this with you the day of, because, look, I like to pride myself as a college tennis historian. At this point, I get to be around all of these teams as they make their pushes. There was something about the chemistry of this group. The moment they walked into media day, a looseness you only see from teams that have a confidence in themselves. And for me, I actually think that chemistry, all due respect to the upperclassmen who set a tone, it's that freshman class. It's Colin, it's Luka, it's Abel, and honestly, Dodura as well. Like, all of them, they're just goofballs. And I just feel like that injection of, dare I say, levity, like, it's just... I loved Elliott's teams. They had chemistry. I'm not trying to say otherwise, but it's something different about this group. Do you see that?
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, they're funny guys.
Yeah, they really are.
Colin and Luca's hilarious. He's just he can't not be funny. Anything he says is funny.
I know.
So it's
his
I
eyes.
asked him, "Are you funny in France too? Or is it just the way you speak?" He goes, "Oh no, I'm very funny in France. So, I was like, so yeah, I guess he's a funny guy. Yeah, and Ericsson's actually a pretty funny guy too. He's more of a dry wit, but no, they have fun together for sure. There's no doubt about it. I mean, of course, that's not enough to win a championship. You know, liking each other and having fun with each other and being goofy, sure, that's terrific, and it makes the ride a lot more fun. But you know, you also have to be able to play tennis and compete and be tough. And you know, that's in the beginning of the season, I told him, I read something recently that said, one coach I was reading, you know, said there's three things that a championship team needs. It's toughness. Boy, am I going to screw this up now? I'm going to remember.
Toughness?
No, I'm going to get it for you.
Okay, I like this.
It's talent.
Okay.
Toughness and togetherness.
I love it.
Yeah. And so I asked them, if we go wrong this year, which one of those three things is going to be where we're lacking? And it was a pretty quick answer, and they all said toughness, because that's one thing we hadn't demonstrated yet, we hadn't proven yet. For sure, you're close, you're together, that's great. Your team manager, there's no doubt we have talent.
Yeah.
You know, but without the toughness, it's not going to get you very far.
Sure.
And in the early season matches, yeah, we had a few guys out, but we didn't really show the toughness that we did this week. And so that's the theme. And of course, it's cliche. Everyone talks about mental toughness, but they've really taken ownership of that, and they're holding each other accountable for it. And today, you know, I told them this was our midterm exam. You know, we flunked the first early season test in that department. Then we went back to work, and they did their homework. We passed a few quizzes earlier in the week. And then I said, this is the midterm exam, and you know, you couldn't have a tougher test than playing the program that, in my opinion, has been the toughest group of competitors for the last couple of decades in Ohio State. Yeah. So I said, if you can do it tonight, you pass the midterm, and now we move on to the rest of the year.
No, absolutely. My thinking is always everyone here can play tennis, right? That's that chemistry in my mind that takes it over the top. And again, your team has that, but obviously my final two questions for you. Again, I know this is not the end point for you, for your guys. You have big aspirations come May. How do you use a moment like this to get the guys, continue to keep them motivated, continue to keep them hunting for that May outdoor championship?
Yeah, no, I'm going to remind them, not now, but in a couple in a couple of days.
When they're playing Mississippi State this weekend?
Yeah, well, we're playing Alabama on Saturday.
Okay.
So we're going to be home for all of 1.5 days, and then we leave Thursday night for Tuscaloosa. So and we're playing outdoors, and we're switching balls. So it's going to be a challenge, both matches. No, but I told them we all kind of agreed after that Ohio State loss indoors. You know, there's another quote I like that says, winning is the best deodorant. You know, and, you know, because sometimes when you're winning and you're getting away, some of the mistakes you're making or your weaknesses, you know, you don't get made to pay the price for it. And so, you know, we were made to pay the price for where we were coming up short earlier in the season. And now I'm going to caution them that there's a couple things that we can correct from this week. And let's not be blind to the fact that we still have some things to improve on. So let's make sure we expose whatever odor remains and then challenge ourselves to get better for the rest of the season.
They're going to be making commercials about this Texas deodorant moving forward. We'll see it in the Super Bowl next year. Here's my last question for you, and it's the last question I had for Luca yesterday as well. When they come to you with Lanish and throw the door, what's your reaction to that? And just, again, is that going to be the adopted celebration moving forward?
Well, I don't know. I didn't know what it was. I asked them, and they were saying this was a doghouse. I was like, whatever, run with it. But I told them, yeah, do your Lanish, but then we put the horns up. You know, because I don't want to be getting any nasty emails from Chris Del Conte, you know, asking if we change the Texas sign.
Yeah, no, well, again, well-deserved. Certainly, you knew at the moment you walked in the building, and the performances, dropping doubles point those first two matches, to win doubles tonight to 4-0 Baylor in the semis. There's no doubt, deserving national champions. First indoor title, it's coming back to Austin. Get the horns up, throw the niches up, do what you got to do. Head coach Bruce Burke, congratulations, my friend, well-deserved.
Thanks, Alex, and thanks for all the work this week, and hook 'em.
I love it. And welcome back in, everyone, from one coach to another. Of course, our coach here over the course of this weekend's action, Coach Tim Siegel, joining me for our final thoughts. And, you know, again, I don't like to get the predictions on the record. I don't want to offend any of the fan bases tuning in. We were talking. We said Texas 4-2 felt like a magic number. It was just something about this group. I don't know. I could never put my finger on it, Coach. What do you think made this particular Longhorn group so special, allowed them to capture a title in a moment like this?
Well, I think Coach Burke said it beautifully. Number one, they weren't as tough as they needed to be earlier in the season. Sure. Right? They played against some of the toughest competition you can ask for. Certainly in the beginning of the season, they had injuries. They had some what you would call adversity, which I think sometimes
I like that.
But sometimes that word is overused. But in this case, though, that lack of toughness helped them to show that they can be tougher. And, you know, sometimes it's a cliche, of course, mental toughness. And what is toughness really? You know, and I saw a lot of players show toughness in big points, in big moments. No one got rattled. I was very impressed with the demeanor of the players. I look for those kinds of things. Certainly, you know, I'm looking to see, do we get down? Do we go to the sidelines? Are we coachable? Are we looking at our coach in the eyes? I felt like every player still believed because they showed that in their attitude and their demeanor.
No, it's so interesting. I want to just unpack that a little bit further as well. When you say they showed they weren't tough enough early on. As a coach, when you have those early 3 losses, and again, they were losses to the top 3 teams in the country, folks, so it's not as though they were out of character losses. Right. What do you mean by that, by saying we didn't have the toughness, let's work on that? Like, how does that process work at home?
Well, there may have been a player or two that didn't compete as well as he could have.
Sure.
Maybe a 6-4, 6-1 type of match. Maybe someone that stayed away from his style too soon, gave up points early, and didn't really construct points. There's sometimes, you know, you and I, because we know tennis, we know if someone's really competing. Someone who chases balls and hustles doesn't mean he's competing.
Sure.
Is he getting out of points too soon? Is he getting away from his game plan? Is he showing frustration? There are a lot of things that go to it. And as a team, you're hoping to get all 6 of your players to play hard and play tough and play smart and be coachable. And if you only have 4 or even 5, that's not enough. It's not enough to beat Ohio State. Today they had that. Let's face it, this was a doubles point for the ages. I don't think I've ever seen in my 23 years of coaching where a team had match points in all 3 courts and did not win any of those. And you and I both talked that, you know, that Ohio State was the favorite.
Yeah.
It didn't seem to deter them too much because they came out and really made this a match.
Yeah.
I felt like 5 and 6 really were the turning points. I personally believe that Ohio State was going to get number 6 because he was working points. He was developing points. He was the dictator. Late in the match, he was forcing the issue, got past sometimes and missed a couple of key volleys. So that was obviously the clinching match or to get to 3 points. But you can talk about every single player had a hand in this. And I always talk about this, that a match is won by so many people.
Absolutely.
Coaches, assistant coaches, trainers, managers, the cheerleaders on the court, off the court. There's a lot that goes into it. Every player had a hand in winning this national championship.
No, it was remarkable. Such an effort from this Texas side. And again, had you told me they were going to lose Sebastian Erickson at 4, I would have said, okay, Ohio State's winning. And it's a testament to it, and I do want to get to them quickly. Yes, they lose this match, but you look for these Ohio State Buckeyes. Still all the different cars in the garage, right? We haven't seen Alex Bernard yet much in singles. You figure the moment they move outdoors, he's going to become that much more prevalent of a factor. Yeah, Philin knocked off today, but he's been so good at the bottom of that lineup. Nakashima kept breaking back, by the way. 2-all in the third. Yes, Oshikar leveled things, and you did feel like that's where Texas really started to separate. But for this Ohio State team, again, all the wins they racked up before this national indoors. Now they're finalists here. They're going to be a top 8 seed. The pathway to a final site for them will run through Columbus once again. They're the standard of excellence, of course, in men's college tennis. If you're head coach Ty Tucker, Coach Kronagi, Coach Callahan, what do you tell your guys? What message are you relaying to them in this moment, knowing that, yes, this is a disappointment, but there's still, as Coach Tucker said in the post-match, more than half the season left to play?
Not only more than half the season, but I would imagine if you ask Coach, how did you feel overall? Look, they barely beat SMU.
Yeah.
they could easily have lost to Stanford.
Sure.
So they had opportunities to go home early.
Sure.
Last year in the indoors, they lost to UCF, right, first round in Waco. So even though they are an indoor team, the parity is there. Every team can play. You know, we saw that back when I was coaching. First round in the Sweet 16, you saw a lot of 4-0s, 4-1s. Not anymore. Every team can play. And now Ohio State obviously is an indoor team, but because they have so much depth and they have players that didn't play who could be better outdoors on a slower surface, listen, there's what, 4 or 5 teams that can win it all? We just saw 2 of them for sure.
Absolutely. And you would have said that before the season. You're continuing to say it after these national indoors. If you're selling Ohio State stock, I will buy every bit of it. As again, there is no doubt this Ohio State team, I don't even know if we've seen the best version of them yet. And certainly if they take the doubles point, we're probably still out there competing. One of those matches, I guess court 5 is where it comes down to. Oshikar and Nakashima are doing battle. It's heartbreak in the moment for the Buckeyes, but as I always like to say, you almost have to lose a match like this February, January to learn how to win this match come May. And I promise you, that's the best I've ever seen Jack Anthrop play. Aiden Kim was captain clutch at the number 1 spot. They still have all of these options. Okonkwo comes in and delivers that sort of performance at 4. If you're a Buckeye fan, you're hurting. You should not be dismayed. You should not be deterred. As Coach Siegel said so aptly, this team still has the goods for May. But, of course, today, the day belongs to the Texas Longhorns. 4-2 winners. They bring home their first national indoor championship. And, again, a team that had been knocking on the door of bringing home a trophy all decade long in these 2020s, one of the defining programs. Now Coach Burke has that national championship trophy to add to the resume, completes the collection, all the Infinity Stones now in Thanos' gauntlet in that Texas athletic department. Only one thing left I want to do, Coach, and you see us obviously both out here outfitted in our Team Luke shirts. I know we talked about it before. You've got the book here right now as well, so I am going to bring that one more time. You're looking for inspiration. It's such a great place to turn, obviously, what you guys are doing with Team Luke. And, again, Fight Like Luke, the book you wrote to discuss his journey, your journey, what you learned from it. One more time, if you could tell, because I know fans tuning in, inspired by that story. Talk to us about Team Luke. Talk to us about your efforts, because certainly it's one I know college tennis fans everywhere want to support.
You know, I was watching tennis today, and I saw father and son, and I thought about my son. You know, my son was my hero, my little buddy. It's still hard for me to believe that he's not here, but he is here. He's right here in my heart. And his story, his injury has allowed us to have a nonprofit that supports children after brain injury. We're in 47 states. We give close to $500,000 to families every single year. We're getting about 30 applications a month from families that need our help, financial help. We have support groups online. We do a lot for families. One thing that we're doing that I'm going to talk to you about, but also announce to all the coaches, it's called March Mayhem.
Okay.
Where we are asking college tennis coaches to consider donating $333 in the month of March. March is Brain Injury Awareness Month. Okay. It happens to be the 3rd month, Luke's favorite number. And so I'm going to be really pushing that to all the coaches, whether they get that from their players, the administration, or the coaches themselves. Donate $333. If I can get at least 20 coaches to do that, that's a lot of money raised to help families. And I'm just so proud of the fact that, you know, we have an amazing staff at Team Luke Hope for Minds. Every single day, I know that my son's injury, what happened to him, and every single time I think about this, I know that because of his injury, he is helping. We are helping so many families because of my son. And as difficult as it is, you know, I left coaching at Texas Tech so I could spend more time with my family. 20 days later was the accident. But I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you wearing this Team Luke Hope for Minds, to be able to go down there and talk to John Isner and Dirk Nowitzki. Dirk is going to give us a silent auction item. We have a huge event March 26th at the Star with Darren Woodson. We do a lot of events throughout the year to raise money. TeamLukeHopeForMinds.org is our website. Please spread the word. Share our story. Thank you so much for promoting the book, and it's been an absolute pleasure. This guy right here is the MVP. There is no. I majored in broadcast journalism. I listen to sports talk radio. There is nobody better in the business than you. You're so incredibly talented, so gifted, and nobody knows college tennis like you. So it's been a pleasure.
That's so kind of you to say. I can guarantee you there will be $333 coming from our Cracked Rackets family, from the Gruskin family. And
thank you.
Sincerely, Coach, it was an absolute pleasure to get to work with you. This will not be the only time we do this, but again, that will do it for your 2026 Division I Men's National Team Indoor Championships. What a 2 weeks it's been. A thank you to everyone behind the scenes who helps make this possible. We said it in our on-court ceremony. What Grant Chen and Michael Woodson have done. They have set the benchmark, and now everyone who comes after is going to have to try to match. It is a tall task, for a Dirk Nowitzki-sized task,
there you
dare
go.
I say.
Well done.
For anyone, thank you.
Well said.
Well, you did call me talented. For anyone to have to try and match, but here's the best part, folks. Our next Cracked Rackets broadcast, Friday, ESPN Plus. We are ready for conference play to begin. ACC, SEC, Big 12. We'll have it all for you on ESPN Plus. Make sure your subscription is up to date. Make sure, again, you keep tuning in, because that is the biggest thing we can do for all of these athletes, for our beloved sport. Keep tuning in. Show athletic departments. Show ADs that we support college tennis moving forward. Obviously, this was the highest of celebrations for college tennis. And again, if this level showed us anything, it is only going to get better in this 2026 season from here. So a thank you to Coach Siegel, Daniel Westhoff, Chris Halliors. You can't see them on camera. They're the marathon men as well. I mean, again, Westhoff takes he takes all of my negativity so I can be as positive as humanly possible as my frontward face for all of you. So thank you to Westhoff, thank you to Chris, thank you to everyone behind the scenes at the ITA who helped make this possible. ITA CEO Dave Mullins, who of course joined us at the top of our broadcast as well. But with that said, for everyone who contributed to our coverage, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching the 2026 ITA Division I Men's National Team Indoor Championships. We will see you all on Friday for the start of conference play.